Sedilaka mpone setetela kitamaye ho ho le fifi hape usewaka ntamaise ha ha oleteng ke batle tsebo yanto tsohle aye timomomo 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 he aye 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 timomomo 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 sedila sedilaka mpone setetela kitamaye ho ho le fifi hape usewada ntamaise ha ha ole deng haki waklete sohle aye timomomo 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 he aye 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 timomomo 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 sebilana yahamba izinyembezi zami ziwela njengemvula engapheli ngikushiya lapha nenhliziyo yami ephukile njalo ngangithi sizohlala kodwa akusikho konke okuhlala ngiyatsamaya phela uyake bohloke salamorao mehopoli ya rona entse weletsa bosiu empaho naya arabang sto window pedaços de mim contigo, amor virou silêncio entre nós e o adeus pesa mais que o mundo. Sayonara, kimi no kage wa amada, kokoniru no ni te onobashi te motodo kanai. Omoide dake ga nokoru. Hanyo no omna nikiro no mugiro maman aja ignore buru ko ichiman te dabun balam punian dia hamba intlisi yo yam shiege kuwe ko na gumoya.
Ah, you know,
kongwe kalano kado chonyim kamar mare umaro orote luono mondo nyimbi tiyo ketho e kane
Not there. The art is fine. Art is not like
No, my head is fine.
art is like
Not Tell you about black man supremacy. Mr. Rastafari. Oi, oi, Selassie I will take. These are the trumpets calling making the sound. Hey, watch over us. Emperor Selassie, hide them your roads, rugged and steep. I know it is a must for us to make it home, even through them your gnashing of teeth. Hey, guide over us. Holy Emmanuel, Isis, and knees could never get weak. I know it is a must for us to make it home, through them your gnashing of teeth. These are those who constantly they have been placing the rocks on the traps, leaving devil snares laying, and then wish for all of them hate to be falling. Yet in them face the witness die uprising, feeling high, making it onto my way. No apology, fire on them every day. Conspiracy leads the game you play. Now the fall on the knees without my say. Hey, guide over us. Holy Emmanuel, I this a road, rugged and steep. I know it is a must for us to make it home, even through them you're gnashing of teeth. Yo, guide over us. Emperor Selassie, Isis, and knees could never get weak. I know it is a must for us to make it home, even through them you're gnashing of teeth. Them for know from the mountain and the valleys. Oh, oh, just tell me so I run both river banks. Within life you've got the valleys, yeah, yeah. Here is the Rasta youth voice giving thanks. Hey, Jaja, give my man health and strength. Working for you makes no sense. You could never put a dime in my pocket. King Selassie on the front line, so watch this. Guide over us. Emperor Selassie, I them your road, rugged and steep. I know it is a must for us to make it home, even through them you're gnashing of teeth. Hey, guide over us. Holy Emmanuel, I road too rugged and steep. I know it is a must for us to make it home, through them you're gnashing of teeth. Them high statistics and economics have them going so kinky. Me draw from me Rasta man song, me bing the drum, me calabash chalice and Babylon so me crazy, giving praises. Now ya bingy Isis, our business. Me no join them slavery, Jaja them burn them bridge, spiting me big. Well you don't know I swim across to my victory. Jaja guide over us. Emperor Selassie high, them a roads rugged and steep. I know it is a must for us to make it home, through them you're gnashing of teeth. I tell you go and protect us. Holy Emmanuel, I knees could never get weak. I know it is a must, oh, for us to make it home, through them you're gnashing of teeth. Oh, see it. These are those who constantly they have been placing the rocks and the traps, leaving devil snares laying, and then wish we all through them hate be falling. Yet in them face the witness die uprising, feeling tired making it onto my way. No apology, fire burn high society every day. Conspiracy leads the game they play. Now they fall on their knees without my say. Guide over us. I like how them a treat to get to you, them, you know. Sure. Tell me if you ever walk the streets of the ghettos them before. Visit, always unsafe from secure the lifestyle of my people. You fail to recognize. Do you know what it takes to get the people survive? Did you ever want to understand at all? We hear the comments of the people in your ball. Wonder what it takes for you to realize. So Riverton City get the youth, them must strive. That's why we are king from with the home in Africa. Once we are trapped to Rome, we are warrior. What we forget all now we no deliver. Oh, I see a run no take and not this we after. When the money start trying to keep your secret secure. When it start fall, you make it known to the poor. Soon you'll be coming back for more. And when you come full, how will you ignore? Did you ever want to get us them before? Visit, always unsafe from secure the lifestyle of my people. You fail to recognize. Do you know what it takes to get the youth them survive? Did you ever want to rima at all? We hear the comments of the ghetto youth it's a ball. Wonder what it takes for you to realize how Nannyville. Get on youth, them must strive. Earn you commenting all the while about the places we live. The great real lifestyle when you make it what it is. I'm reaping violence from the cities. Oh, I think took strong hold in many villages. Now, who will protect those who truly want peace? So can we keep the peace when there's no peace to keep? This time I take no defeat. Oh Lord, I'm inclined to stand on my feet. Did you ever walk the ghettos them before? Visit, always accept from secure the lifestyle of my people you won't recognize. Do you know what it takes to get our people survive? We know you never want to want a house at all. And so would I hear the ghetto people a ball? Wonder what it takes for you to realize how great town. Massive they must strive. Well then Mr. Rich, come up on the poor men's feet. Why is it the strong want to down press the weak without those who clean your sanitaries and sweep the streets? Your cities would be murky, you no seat. Oh you promise to sink inflation below, yet it increase everywhere that you go. Is this the way you love a show? Hurting others and your own also. Did you ever want the ghettos them before? Feel notice, always accept from secure the lifestyle of my people. You fail to recognize. Do you know what it takes to get your people survive? Did you ever touch Tivoli at all? We hear the comments of the people where you ball. Wonder what it takes for you to realize how above you. Get your youths, them must strive. So we are king from we the home in Africa. Once we are church to Rome, we are warrior. What we forget, I know you no deliver. Oh, what's here, you no take another this we after. When money start rise, keep your secrets secure. When it start fall, you make it known to the poor. Soon you'll be coming back for more. And when you come for the poor, I can't so ignore. Did you ever want the ghettos them before? We notice always that. And there is no time and no place for your reason. Donkeys watch your thoughts, they manifest activities of your thinking. And we thank you for being a part of my life. Them I wonder how we do this, them grow with hate and hunger. Future profit, but as my locks get longer, hidden heart it a twist. No spread no propaganda, cause you can't stop this. Now them I ponder how the ghetto youth just make them grow with hate and hunger. With the profits, but as we locks get longer, hidden heart it on it. We no beg no fee, no sponsor, so no can't stop this. Just say no abomination, so me no business. I hold this off every nation. This you have to do, no man no better than ya. And now we are run the crew. Gonna come in on 2002. They stand against you and hating me. Them just can't go through, them heart not clean nor free. I remind them so much of who they are supposed to be. I'm of royalty, them lost them identity. Now them I wonder how we do this, them grow with hate and hunger. Future profits, but as we locks get longer, hidden heart it a twist. No spread no propaganda, cause you can't stop this. Every man for their own. The fact remains is shall wear the crown, crown. Ooh, get off your pumps and crack step door. Why you have I? This is the Rasta man. This is the Rasta man sound. We are immune to criticism. We know not grudge. We face the challenge and harness the power of love. Now I see you want us to be like a rogue. That's where it can be saturated with all the mud. But now them I wonder how we do this. Then grow hate and hunger. Future profits, but as we locks get longer, hidden heart it a twist. No spread no propaganda, cause you can't stop. Yo, them all up under how the youths are slick. They come with all them hunger. He stop it, but as relax get longer, hidden heart it a twist. Now begging no finger sponsor sound no can't stop. It is the portion of life, most natural it is nature. And if you know right, me say you can't stay about you. Free yourself and just step over. If you had known your roots, you would be in tune with nature. What are we doing? It's just true. Life was taught we the very things we do. It was ordained for me and you. You have lost your ways, now you don't have a clue. Now them I wonder how we do this, them do with hate and hunger. Future profits, but as them locks get longer, hidden heart it a twist. No spread no propaganda, cause you can't stand this. The whole of them a ponder how the Rasta man so slick. Them grow with hate and hunger. We stop it, but as them locks get longer, hidden heart them a twist. No spread no propaganda, cause you can't stall. Just say no abomination, some in a business. How this is for each and every one. This you have to do, no man no better than Jah. And now we are on Jah crew. Wanna come in on 2002s. They stand against you, hating me. Just can't go through because them little out no free. I remind them so much of who they are supposed to be. I'm a royalty. Them lost them identity. Now the whole of them I wonder how we do it. Them lose them, come with them hunger. With your profit, but as we lock
Erokamano nyikora mugi kombet kodwa ka. Erokamano kombet kodwa ka. Ago erokamano. Ne waromo kendo iwacho ni igirwa ni wa goyo erokamano. Erokamano ahinya. Nwan karachiel kendo on this Luo Proverbs and Wise Sayings Day, LP and WS Day. So aguero kamano won le biro bang some technical difficulties pin kocha, but go bit around. Aguero kamano ni wan koduka kendo represented mondo wawinji wach mamit mamarwa ni. Achako kwacho Luo is our business. Luo is our business and we are open for business. 247 364 365 366. We take all form of value and we appreciate all form of currency. And welcome to this our world. Welcome to this Luo world. Bernin kodwaka. Kawago erokamano ne technical team. Kago ni research team. Kago ni Joa from partners to children to supporting crew. Gibed side chick, gibed concubine, gibed side chick number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, nyaka number 5. Wagon giero kamano. You keep the machine going. But then ngamaler en mago siasa mang'eny onge ko. Ramogi Cultural Institute be wagon gi erokamano ni wan gi opportunity mar romo kendo bet e pabwani mondo wawuoye girwani, wawachie gikwa maiye kendo warangie gikwa gi kendo kod kendo. Wago erokamano ni kwerewa omiwa tich malong'o kendo omiwa tich ma tekone ng'eny kendo wamorgo mana ni wadagi ngima ma en worthy of gima owenwa ni kendo yierego kendo maromrego. Wago erokamano. Ka wachako, erokamano kuom bet ka. We could have been anywhere in the world doing anything, but erokamano in ka. Kamano nwadhi mbele kod wakirwani. Wasebet kwa somo book miluongo ni Oral Literature of the Luo. Oral Literature of the Luo, to now concentrate specifically part ma Proverbs. To now waneno kuwuoyo about Proverbs, about survival and element ma survival and misfortune, ma kinship, koro nodonjo appearance and virtue, mano compare bugno kod moro ma Bertolt Brecht iluongo ni The Caucasian Chalk Circle. Wacho ni bugno en about the practical folk wisdom of Azdak. To wacho ni magi problem ma jowagi en always kiwacho ni wisdom, kiwacho ni proverb, kiwacho ni wise saying, to always nyaka gi compare kod gik ma wazunge owacho. And understandable ni sani kaka world nitie, for now gin magiran show, but kapok gibiro run show ne wantie, kapok gi pop up on the scene ne wantie, to wasebet kwatimo gikwa for thousands of years. So kata ema gitieko run show nikech jomose run the show be ng'eny. World ni chal matatu, jomose riembe ng'eny. So bedo ni gi run show ok en gima duong'. Piny wacho ni pinyno osiko to ok sikie. So wach moro ni koro the whole of world view ma joluo kata ma luo world view ma luo mosebet ka for more than 600,000 years ibo duok piny nikech ji osebet ka run the show for 800 years kata 800 for close to 600 years. Mano is a very in time matin sana. So nyaka keep the real thing. To onge kuma ondik ni another 100 years from now ni gin magibo run the show. Onge kuma ondik kamano. So bedo ni wanyalo everything nyaka bed compared with this mindset. People magin at most 10% of the world. Mano at most more between 5 and 6% of the world ni. That is manemebo pim go everything mosetimre from the beginning of time. Ka time nitie go beginning adier. And the beginning of the world, world nitie go beginning adier. But from the beginning of Luo, kamano be is possible. No bed God beginning. Koro abokao ni joma bo set no the definition of reality and what meaning things mean, kaka proverbs and stuff. Bo bedo mana the latest driver of the car, of the matatu. Yes, Amiriembe it seems no, and Moriambo Guinea, but the matatu is the matatu and the driver is the driver. The driver nyalode powe gari no kanyo. Wadhi mbele kwa somo gini a bit nikech nitie a bit eka wadonji example of Proverbs mantie ka nikech paroni kigolo the European layer of fat wiye tiyudo nitie so much be insight mantie gik mowacho about the Luo Proverbs. Okay. So kama I compare kod gik jogi to waboduoke in line. But kodong by itself to en gimitness moro. Actually, the last one man was someone Kadibele. If one relies entirely on appearances to act and make choices, Kadonma was Wadonjo Koro Owoki, the two other topics, Wadonjo Proverbs Kakangiso appearances and virtue. Kangiso appearances and virtue. So actually dakachel aneka kahawa liet. Okay. If one relies entirely on appearances to act and make choices, she is likely to make mistakes. Not all that glitters is gold. The Luo have a similar proverb in Jaber Jaula. The beautiful one is deceptive. This proverb proclaims the universal truth that physical beauty and human virtue are not automatic bedfellows. Often, the physically attractive turns out to be counterfeit and direly wanting in virtue. This is not only true of human appearance, but also in life experiences. For instance, the art of conmanship thrives on the ability of its practitioners to create tempting promises that beguile their target. As a Kenyan newspaper used to put it in a weekly column, when the deal sounds too good, perhaps it isn't. Or if the deal is too good, perhaps it is. The derision of physical glister in the case of human character is not absolute. The Luo believe that even if one has that facility, it should be complemented with humility and other admirable traits. Thus they say, Ber imedogi ario. Beauty is complemented with other virtues. Ario literally means two, but the idea in this proverb is that physical beauty does not make one a perfect being. One must have other socially desirable traits. In fact, beauty does not entitle one to walk about naked. For example, if one walked naked to show physical beauty, such beauty would be taken to be in bad taste, as it contravenes the community's ethics of privacy and decency. A very interesting proverb to consider on deceptive appearance is bingo iro ok etedo. The effusion of smoke is not necessarily cooking. Big boast, small roast. The English. This proverb using a very effective image counsels that people should be wary of busybodies. As beneath this appearance may be lack of depth, not depth, maybe a lack of depth. It is a proverb also used to chide extroverts and those who would like to take advantage of appearances. This message is contained in another proverb, Wacho oketimo. To say is not to do, or actions speak louder than words. Mano, the part of appearance and virtue, to kakotemo kelo what it really means by appearance and virtue, kotiyo kod these proverbs. And a bit interesting. Moro cha notemo wacho ni wachni poverty or humility or bedo in this type of gine, in this type of situation, Emma okay. Interesting. Any omitni to me this idea me push this Europeanness behind it. I mean Europeanness, I mean ni okay. I mean kama kawacho ni ber imedo gi ariyo. Mano make sense. But wacho ni ng'ato nikech en beautiful nyaka obed only humble. Ok ng'isi kaka nyaka oti gi beauty. Nikech beauty, nikech wacho appearance and beauty, deceptiveness of appearance, but appearance seche moko can beauty. Nikech ng'ato nyalo tiyo gi appearance to a very, very positive effect without humility. Just appearance. Nikech appearance can beauty kende. Kama no make sense. Kandi jomoko kowuotho gi Jay-Z, but ama kowuotho kod suit momake maber, in a very big difference. Shift kaka ji react to them. So me just one-sided looking beautiful, nyakibed man humble. So it's interesting. To kata kiketo the scale of 1 to 10. Kata amongst nyiri, majority maginyalo chopo 1 to 10 and 8. Bedo 10 is very hard. Nikech nyaka something else nyaka come on top. Nikech onge joma boyie completely unless in social media magibedo convinced this is what it is. But mano is another discussion. Mano is completely another discussion. But an important to notice ni okay, wan joma ntie kod nyithindo manyiri. Wang'is gino beauty. The reason why I know me beauty is just so you can be humble. That is all. Manner is what the culture says. I could be very careful, keep push some gine. Push some agenda behind the Proverbs. Alafu moro wacho gimoro ma interesting ka ni this is not only true of human appearance but also life experiences. For instance, the art of conmanship thrives on the ability of its practitioners to create tempting promises that beguile their target. It's a very interesting thing. Ntie we will call the nying series now. And my Britain, and my England, Britain, Queensland, whatever kaka jogi luongo ga this country. Um, we will call the series now. But in Mark Conman and about conmen, a very interesting episodes. I can't remember we will call the but Gingag one at the first episode. Sip na more manane no ken coordinator. Gimana winje gino mano stick coda for quite some time. Nagi wachoni, you cannot con a honest man. And take kaka giole alafu moko gowacho impossible. It has not. Nikech in a group of people. So wachoni, you cannot con a honest man. Alafu moro no dugo to wachoni, it's impossible. Alafu moro no wacho, it has never been done. So to me, that was a very interesting concept. Man, I don't go for a very long time. Because now wonder ka en mana iwache ama gine. So and gimane attempt run through as completely to kaka experiment. To na realize ni two things. Kibet kamano ni honest. To jomoko ngisi in gamarach nikech in always honest. I mean honest, not transparent. Mago are two different things. Kechasero moko di joma transparent. Okia en kata kuma wasiguntie obongiso gi the real thing. So man is very different. Kwatiyo kod English ni. But gimano maka was that you cannot call a honest man. To gimin it honest kaka waparo gani. Nikuro kipenje these to me the exact reply. The second thing man I realize kanyoni, by honest give mean a man or a woman who does not deceive themselves first. Okay, all along, you don't the victims or longi victims, gilungen the mark in this. Ginjom already knows a wound before. In one way or another. Knows a wound before. There's some riambo magimako ivigi. So the art of conmanship thrives on the ability of its practitioners to create tempting promises that beguile their target. And very true. Most of you do identify that lie. Make it and then ride on that lie. Abu, think about it. Think about it. Especially in the situation Maanti kaka Kenya, kaka Africa. Kaka Joluman Kenya. Kichikorowu in this context ma our Proverbs. Act ma when deceiving yourself kwanza. Deceiving yourself first. Me bedo so easy. When the jog you pull anything on you. Is okay. This Nibo Yudogini, Kitty Mogini, and that. The parony you can figure it out instead of watching, okay, how do I find out this and that and that? Really, chop to a conclusion of yours. Okay, from car, anything, car, I just don't do. okadhi with it. Ang'e kuma my boundary is. Token boundary nikech morals. Ma is usually a big problem kod jowa. Emomiyo ang'isi is push the same line. Humility. Nikech moro cha nong'isowa ni wealth can go. What about okng'iswa the same that okng'iswa ni kin gi wealth, how do you keep it? Ong'isi mana ni be humble nikech wealth nyalo dhi. So just be humble nikech wealth nyalo lal. But okay, this is how mond kik olal, this is how you sustain it for long term. Kata kokin the most humble person nikech those two things are different. Ng'ato nyalo bet very very humble but very poor. Ng'ato nyalo bet very arrogant to very rich. I mean rich. So ibo ng'isen be humble. Mondo kik wealth odhi. Ang'o momiyo kik ing'is this poor person be arrogant mondo wealth obi. Why en mana on this side? Onge application on this. I mean, I'm using what pushing a lot of morals. And at the back of morals, more pushing is this poverty mindset. To come in again, jogi conquer these words to an extent. Makiwacho the word to jogi wig your sharing. Okay, watch poverty mindset kaka babau and your pastor says. I mean poverty mindset. No wonge interest ama lose ama ubedo blocked with other things milongo education ubedo blocked from interacting with the environment and exploiting it, kata exploring it, kata transforming it to the best capacity monyalo bet nikech sometimes those resources are just there. It is your mind mapoko chopo to where the resources are and the technology and the know-how to how it can be transformed. Mane I mean by poverty mindset. Okay, I mean this mindset, money will come to me if I only believe, and these are the rubbish. I say believe for years. So when I don't mention Kanye a bit, Kikikawa is so simple in the art of conmanship. Thrives on the ability of its practitioners. And the art of conmanship thrives on the ability of its practitioners to create tempting promises that beguile their targets. Pariemo, you look for the lie, we say anchor in you. And then the rest of the tempting, kata the rest of the promises, ibo attached to that lie. Tibo biro mos. So be very careful kanga to me morality as knowledge minyalo apply in this world. Okay, for this ibo woto kim itemo identify the tempting promises. Tontie amenta na moro ma respect ma chogani. Wherever you go, there you are. Wherever you go, there you are. So kiparoni iwok Kisumu koridi dak Mombasa, mondi start over. We will need the major factor when intie Kisumu modi Mombasa is you. The circumstances and you. So kantie fu mani yago koni idwa digo Mombasa. It is the same stupid. It's the same stupid. So si chamokwane no gagini, especially gijo diaspora. Atonen Kenya, atonen Ediang. O idho ndege, biro koro waparon kichinwani ndege kujo. Kwa land to Arieg. So everybody should bow to us. Adhi matin bwachamo alafu aduogo. So everybody should just bow down. Kichinwa idho ndege to adhi kuma jogi ntie. To jogi ok giriek gita. So I get confused so much by those. So kiduogo to inonego bedgan kila ng'ato winjo what you said. As if ni biro pichamo Burger King, amechamo spaghetti, amechamo all this nonsense food, gatichamo mkate mopogre. So mano no miya certain rieko ma kidok Afrika to koro nego winji. Negin ma kiwuoyo to ji winjo. Gima thagowaga sana. I did it the next actually a very interesting proverb to consider on deceptive appearances is bingo iro ok etedo. A fusion of smoke is not necessarily smoking. Mabenado, there's this thing of deceptive appearances. Deceptive appearances. Again, more of this morality stuff. Nikech most of gimoa notice kod ji, and this is a skill manyaki acquire, a capacity to observe. Capacity to observe. Actually, just two people are very observant in this world. Majority of G float ga. Nijonga tungisi nachopo otutakia kaka nachopo. Or float. So we're in the brain on autopilot. So route bedo navigated. A little bit advantage kitimo something technical. But in daily life I can so much. I can give advantages. So kini woten podirango the deceptive appearances to pokiponjo your brain to observe mokwongo. Bobet matek. Bobet matek. Kendo again, chal no make sense kineno as a proverb. But ogolo the urgency from yourself. Makende momi ahero luo consciousness. Momi ahero luo consciousness. No, luo consciousness ok with the blame on Juok. Juok is this up. It is a principle. Or an everything, but it is a principle. So it is a principle manyalo bit very deceptive and very against you. Tok no bet pinyo paron be against you as it is moving. Kaka yamo moluaro yien. Ok ne yamo bobe ne bedo evil. Enotimo yamoness. And the tree was victim of the yamoness. So kibet kanyo nintie saitan, makoro timo gini, those things. Mamiya wacho aluonge morality. And blaming, owacho kani, those are deceptive appearances. So gin gik mantie woko. Tomorrow gin tempting circumstances or tempting promises. Yani always gin gik ma okni gin nyalo bet gik ma in form gi, and jogo just hook that. So par gino you cannot call a honest man. To honest man in this sense of mean ngama see everything you want the way you want, to expose everything. I mean ngama in himself or could deceive himself, to keep check or keep check ka information ma en go is true or outdated, to update. Kagi awacho ni caution. In many comments, so omanyo Proverbs magmiyo this caution, or go through some ideas. Ngeno nyalo luongo gin principles, but apparent ideas. But here what we learned this weekend and the other week, ideas as weapons, ideas as vehicles, ideas as guinea, ideas as technologies. So gina the thought ma idigo. Confuse gamano be. The thought ma inigo and ideas. A structure of an idea, kaken put together, ka cooperate, and your thought. Gikmokomi parogi. Makidi dating sites tinena nyako ni tiwacho, no, maber saidi, anyalo ber di kode Mombasa holiday. Alafu ineno ni mano idea. That is a thought. In making comments on human nature and behavior, one very crucial role Proverbs plays to advise or caution on what is the best course of action desirable. Two proverbs which come out very strongly are this: Jowi mager ema ichuogo piene. It is the skin of a fierce buffalo that makes the shield. Otoyo moluor emaru. It is the timid hyena that lasts the night. He that goes softly goes safely. The first proverb warns that the fierce buffalo that will charge at the hunter is the one that will be killed, skinned, and its skin made into a shield. It warns against bravado, which leads to humiliation. The second proverb contrasts first by categorically stating that the timid hyena lasts the night because it is not faced with the dangers and uncertainties of those who rush out in blind hunger. Being foolhardy could lead to injury, grave disadvantage, and annihilation. This view is presented in another proverb: Sukruok ne omiyo onger yip, meddling under the monkey its tail. In reality, the monkey may not have got its tail as a result of haste or interfering in other people's affairs, but it is very clear that Luo discouraged meddling. Meddling often intertwines one in things not meant for him or her. Put another way, the proverb says, haste trips up on its own heels. Wagine mokongo, wasip gine mokongo. Adoki in European thought kendo. But caution is not only advisable to discuss. Caution is only advisable most. But caution is not only advisable to discourage hurrying. It is also emphasized in other realms of human action. Thus, even a trait like persistence, which is lauded in other circumstances, is criticized when in excess. For example, in the proverb, Kinda kitenga nomiyo opuko guaronyar min kibogo. Persistence led to the tortoise scratching the groin of Kibogo's mother. Attack. This proverb is based on an anecdote about a woman called Min Kibogo, Kibogo's mother, who joined other women in basket fishing on a stream. The other women were satisfied with their catch and left after some time, but she persisted and prospected further. She ventured upon the tortoise, who under the cover of the water did the uncanny thing. Okay. This proverb is similar to Minito, Gimoro Igweyo, Gimitne. Gimoro Iweyo, Gimitne. Too much of something is dangerous. The same is true of overconfidence, dealt with in these two proverbs. Coupled in AP, Kik Iyanyang. Do not abuse the crocodile when you're still in the water. Yenimo, the second proverb's in. Yenimo Kadigo. A boat capsizes when it is just about to dock. Kadigo. Yenimo Kadigo. In the first saying, one is warned to be very wary of unfamiliar surroundings and exercises restraint when vulnerable. One should avoid stepping on the toes of those who, in the given context, can break him or her. In the second proverb, people are cautioned against proclaiming success until it is completely certain. As put in the proverb, a boat cannot be said to have completed the journey and eventually until it has moored and been anchored. In other cultures, the same idea is expressed in a saying to the effect that people should not count chickens before they are hatched. These are just a few examples of cautionary function proverbs perform. It should be realized, however, that in almost all proverbs, one can read an element of caution. Okay. Wonle. Wonle oluwar kendo. Several things. Several things. And very interesting. Kojakon, in making comments on human nature and behavior, one very crucial role Proverbs play is to advise caution. Is to advise of caution on what is the best course of action desirable. Ma is very, 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 very tricky. Very, very tricky. Ma is super tricky. Super, super tricky. Kyoto human nature and behavior. Ngamose go through an experience kaka colonization and Gamapoko bedo colonized. Their human nature and behavior will not be the same, even though Gingis organ human nature is the same. The nature of their human expression of Bibet the same and their behavior. Gamose bedo colonized. So Gamose bedo colonized, Ibo yudo these proverbs mami o caution. Which people have died, so gibong isin. Jowi mager emichuo piene. It is the skin of a fierce buffalo that makes the shield. Gikmano somno kanyo, toyo malur emaru. One thing, Ivalde Masani, one of these, so many of these moral, cautious people, Katailu, in many positions, but among the society is where it is. The so-called lure do not build. They do not build at all. Okay, you do not. How you do one thing is how you do everything. So okobibet no lure, no okolure in everything, I love in one thing or lure. That is not how humans are. So what do we deceive ourselves? That is how it is, blah blah blah. But that is not how it is. Especially one come here the examples of Jikaka Sankara and this Manonig because of being bold. Kamano. So in these proverbs, Jomanodong, Jomanolur, Manodong, justify positions manegi cow, especially kata our ancestors, kata Gibe Dijolu, after the warriors were dead and Mokono Sebedo enslaved. A lot of Jomanodong ne cooperate to Negi, but Negi, instead of Nisina Nalur, I am a coward. You have to be better. Kikikawa as an example. Oduami Proverbs as a form of wisdom, master staying not what he's doing. And Magoko makes sense. Yeah, Ubo preserve yourself, but society bought on in the long run. Bought on in the long run. So Makendo, this thing, don't you see Gimoroma no okana don't you see. Notice ne majority of Jima kata in the world are ineffective. Gain more the bold. Bill Gates nantie school koloso gimoloso to we school. Odhi loso Microsoft. Nong'isen tiek gini dhi kotoyo magine maluor. Tiek gini akidhi morocha. Noweyo. Zuckerberg be noweyo. Majority of jomaran gik madongo gima affect our lives every day. Noweyo. Nitie moko manotieko but joma affect it really. Nitie some boldness. Donald Trump kao kanyo obeno dhi mana gi boldness. So, wa confuse ga joma bold ni gin intelligent. Ni riek. But in a very sure, in a better way to bet than betting on intelligence. So the real world example, me very different examples in relation to ma kendo kapenjo why watimo gini. Miwa a chance again marango Proverbs, how they are used seche moko to push ideas. Our Proverbs are not immune. Jogi nose one it is enlweny, to enlweny maround, to get you words and ideas. So mondi neka koti to negingisi jogi, they have to be versed in culture, in local knowledge, in anthropology, in history, the people to really do this. So kika okanyonen mana proverb nikejen proverb timi these explanations moko maonge teach. Ibo experience. So where about the hyena and the buffalo? In reality, the monkey, also about the monkey, sukrok ne omiyo ongerip. In reality, the monkey may not have got its tail as a result of haste and interfering in other people's affairs, but it is very clear that the duo discourage meddling. Another way minyalo neno gini is not meddling. Range with the scientific eye, my Africans nentiego. No kibingeo the consequence ma kata the scientific experiment kokitime. Okibiyudo yip, kokidonje. Okibingeo kaka gino itimogo, obed ohala, obed technology. Okibingeo kaka itime, kaka kidominate, kokidhiye, kokimedle inside. Kokidonje in the finer details. So, okay, mana negative. Sukrok, naomi onger ip. And onger is very vital for it to hang on the tree. That is why ancestors come in this proverb, or give me this proverb, nikech caution. Give me this proverb, there's a cause and effect. That thing, mawok ipno, is very important. But you'll have to go deep into this more than you think. Maki lured into this, okay, be you the satisfaction of that effect. Okay, be you the satisfaction of the whole thing. So nyaki donji, obeyed subject, obeyed ango, nyaki donji deep, be you the ip. Okunikoro he strips one on its heels. Koro chako dokowa in this European way, magidwa no obeyed, kikwa rebel. Kikwa change the system. So imiwa these proverbs might encourage this idea gikumoko itero mos. Igulok itero gikumoko mos. And then trickle down to family and then trickle. Nkech family is the biggest unit magisetiyogo as a first brainwash mechanism. Nkech kata wan ok ask ourselves ni purpose ma family en ang'o. Wakawe akawa nkech wazungu wachon. You study, then you have a family, and then you have children. Nkech ndia reason why Jowane timo gino like that. So emangiso that proverb oken mana one-sided kaka waparo non watu nitone. Ntie seche moko gine caution ok ber. At times ma caution ok ber. Especially ke kidwa timo gimoro and you're the first one to do it. There's so many risks mibo go through mokinyal bedo cautious. Ngama noloso the first car. Nkech after no lost the first car, the first person to die from the accident was a woman mane cross street in New York. Gari nokadho kode. So then as a result of creation, this thing came out. Makoro kata in history, we know she was the first one. But how cautious could they be? Gilos gari molos kodang pamba or what? So one mimi waga this idea ni everything ibed cautious alafu ipenjirin. Why can't Africa do anything? Okay, kila this mindset. There's no risk. One call also ndege, but we don't know so much about luar. Nyakango luar. It is part of the process. Make jogyo se luaradi. And people still keep going. So inyalo paronen wisdom, but you don't know too much. Obedo too much. Makoro or destabilize action. So in other cultures, the same idea is expressed. So the same idea is expressed in saying to the effect that people should not count their chickens before they are hatched. Mano benwa winjo kwa ni school. But anapenjani just wonder or stretch gini a bit. Ntijo moko mane wantiego in school. Mane ging'eyo, because come from some families. Neging'eyo their life is set. About the kama katako pass is not so important. About the somo Europe and then obo biro duogo bed minister. Ntie moro masewacho sani en a very influential minister in Kenya. Ngacha ne forward class gata akegi manobiri school team. But neging'eyo ngidi kama. So already ngani ne count his chickens before they hatch. To be able to come to pass. So in that case, you are chonadi. And to kanyalo, coaching because many people not imogino, many people no bedo humble. And so nyakarang this majority, but ngatachiel ni affect life ma jogite. Like literally. Kamobeti or affect their lives literally. Or determine the price of food, price of transport, or determine everything. So I concentrate jo mang'eny ma no bedo cautious to gin gi power, but ngatachiel mano count is kine his chickens ma affect jogi tento away manan kich and luck. That he was lucky. Tongani no ng'eyo from that time. Kataka aparo back kaka no move mok ne som nothing. Carry to the next. So gimatimo is in my mommy ahead of low consciousness. It is about about just nyaka par. Okay, some of those proverbs query to kanyo duodi. Mondo gine level mi chope ma paro. Mama no achonu not creating. Forging a Luo was a very difficult task to knock out a lot of resources. Wachmoro ninja luon kech no nyuoli ni obiro with these people ma caution gi. So oken gima ng'ato achieve, oken gima ng'ato strive to. Oken a continuous process ni irefine bedo jaluo. Baba Wonyango, Mama Wakelo, then it is over. Then giluongo dhiang' kamano. Giyud dhiang' and then giluongo kamano. Nkech kagiparo gik moko gi dhiang' is not so different. And the next one is stylistic features. Makorema be interesting nkech koro warango the style of the proverbs. Koro kwa golo his ideas of here this proverb means. But warango the proverb itself kako lose, which is more interesting. Much more interesting. So nikech mano can more determine. Wagolo just as an example. This is how it is. Stylistic features, imagery. Or kawacho kigeto pictureness, the pictureness of the thing. The use of figures of speech is a major characteristic of Luo proverbs. Whether these figures are metaphors, similes, personifications, allusions, or other forms of imagery. As it is with idiomatic expressions, of which proverbs are, images are just a codification of experiences, and hence technically exist as reference to reference. The proverb has its literal meaning as well as the underlying meaning based on the reality to which it refers. The figure of speech in Luo proverbs are derived from the community's immediate environment, both physical and abstract. Abstract to mean consciousness. Lemon mean by consciousness. Okay. Kikia Chamia dictionary sechemoko is right. So actually, metaphors, similes, personifications, allusions, and other forms of imagery. Memana mean some of them oketigi kanyo kaka puzzles. Moko refer to something, allude to something, but gi watch that same thing. Kaka mana ngisi mar onger gi ip. Ngisi something much more technical than just behavior. And I mean behavior in a moral sense. Yani right and wrong. Nikech kineno ngani just about right and wrong. Kibedo proud of your wealth, it is wrong. Kibedo boastful of your wealth, it is wrong. Kibedo boastful of your wealth, it is right. But in no sichemoko kata in the look, kata kiwinjo sichemoko hangla you don't. Ngano bedo boastful. Or boast about the ngama wealth teacher. No adhibo amadho. No adhibo achamo. No luonga. Yani bedo boastful about ngani. Jogi ne chulo for this. Nkech it is the boasting part in a way of materializing the personality ma inego. The identity ma ni form kilos of the bull name. Nying juogi. In the process of idwano pake, idwano dong in the space. Ntie kako o affect psychology, need to affect psychology of Guinea, of the society. But some couldn't want a humility on this and that. Today we don't know manners this similes. Some proverbs are constructed as direct comparisons of one entity to another, otherwise called similes. I work from the Meister at before English, I work from similar. These things are similar. So there's a similarity. So give it similes. For example, Nindo Nyaminito. Sleep is a sister or kin to death. If it were not for the fact that people wake up when they go to sleep, death and sleep would be the same. By comparing the two and calling them sisters, the Luo are acknowledging the withdrawal of human consciousness in sleep and comparing it to the withdrawal of consciousness in death. Except that the former is temporary. The Luo are perhaps intrigued by the power of sleep in this proverb, comparing it with inevitable death. This is expressed in other proverbs such as Nindotek, Matero Janeko. Nindotek, Matero Janeko. Sleep is so strong it overpowers the madman. Nindo Otero Jater. Sleep overwhelmed the wife inheritor. Nindo Otero Nyakajater. These proverbs point out that despite human intelligence, even mastery of nature, humanity ultimately meets its match in sleep, which catches up with the normal and abnormal alike without regard to one's daily cares. The intrigue with nature is apparent in the proverb, Pinymaru loyo yier kata yier rombo kengeny. The dawning days outnumber the sheep's wool. The power of this simile lies in the image of the sheep's wool, which occurs to the eye as a mass, but which in fact is made up of individual strands. One could dare count the strands of wool on the sheep, but it would be a very taxing and absurd exercise. The other element to the image is that the sheep's wool, regardless of when sheared, just as day follow, regenerates most. The other element to the image is that the sheep's wool regenerates when sheared, just as days follow one another. Another proverb which deals with human experience and draws its imagery from the sheep is Sembe Iporogi Nyamin. The ram's fatty tail is compared to another. The Luo use this proverb to refer to a recurring event when it is conventionally summarized in the saying, history repeats itself. In other words, the proverb is saying that human experience is cyclic. Cyclic. I know way about the comparisons mantika. Kaka nindo nyaminto, nindo tek matero janeko. But akane the similarity kanyo, nindo otero jater. Mananeno way about something not happen because of the characteristic of this one element magi wuyo. Yeah. Also metaphors. Unlike similes, are more direct in equating one factor with another. They are more brief than the simile, which has to use a comparative word or phrase to realize its sense. An example of a metaphor in Luo is Dano Winyo. The human being is a bird. When the proverb equates the human being to a bird, it emphasizes the nature of humanity. In this case, dexterity or shrewdness. Just as a bird is versatile in the air, just as a bird's ability to fly and escape danger is intrinsic to it, so is the art and instinct of survival intrinsic to humanity. Also intrinsic is the self-defense instinct, as captured in the proverb, Dok Tungdano. Dhok tung dhano. The mouth is a human being's horn or defense. Magino discussed the last time. Dhano winyo no discussed the last time. Dhok tung dhano no discussed the last time. Give worry about something else. Okay, just this physical defense. Or this shrewdness or dexterity. King of the world, the Luo world view. It is something very specific maging easy. And kaka ngatumisi I know something else when you compare koda gimajiong ochal kaka gimoro kaka speed of light. The speed of light. Makanga to wachon gino the ka speed of light. Okomin about the speed, only see something about the speed of light. Only see something about light. By watcho, the speed of light, only see something about light. Ninyalo paron light ochung, but enyaka gi speed. Enyaka gi velocity, and these characteristics of the light. So kowachon dhano winyo, owuoyo about it like that. Okowachin literally, okowuo about, okay, the light is shrewd and it is clever. Only see something about this light. So only understanding light, the speed of light makes sense. Why is he talking about speed of light? Because kongi saying speed of light, tiparon watching kaka supersonic and something just traveling at the speed of light. But what watch are really, or me, just one of the characteristics of light. Another one would be direction. Moro nyalobet, strength of light. So, gimoro kaka dhano winyo, dhok tung dhano. Ineno kowacho about speed, okongisi something about just the light, the thing that the light timo. Ongisi about, worry about specifically the light, so nyaki understand light. So, dhano winyo, nyaki understand the dhano from the Luo worldview and the understanding of winyo. In case kiwacho, the human being is a bird. Mano is an English interpretation of that. To Europeans, you don't get that same idea, mad the bird. Gini make gain shrewdness and dexterity. But Jogi Gisi something else about Kidonji lower worldview. To Gini see something very different about Gina. Or Kiwu about the bird. Katakwachon dog, Tungdano. Nyaki understand how Kakagi understand dog. Kakagi understand tung. And Kendo Kakagi understand dano. So inyaloka when doke tung dano, which is defense. But Gingisi imi chapters of lessons. Because there's a whole understanding of dog. Anekanyalo. Gina nontie archives nantie a bit to the side. Na so many about kakagi way about dog. In case iluo kagi mentioned dog in this sense. Give way about the capacity to bring consciousness to materiality. The first importance ma dog oken kata chiemo. Oken kata for defending yourself. And kamane kaka consciousness nyalo biro. So all these things can tie wiya. Kagi giten tie wiya. Ka wuoyo e king'eyo gi. Ka ling to kibing'eyo. Mane ma gimin by tung dhano. Like literally, doga is where you can see how kakinyalo neno kaka tunga bor kata tin. The nawacho ka last time, tung is interesting because konyuol dhiang' to kine tungene. Where are they? Where do they come from? To kineno kirango tung to en holo iye. But where does it come from? Nikech konyuole to onge gigi. But onyalo biro bobed gi tunge madongo completely. Bagibed bagikunjre nadi. Yani gibed a sight to see. So ngisi that element. And this consciousness nyalo chopo a place ma kadog. You understand? Koki understand Thomas. The proverb is not saying that the mouth is like a horn, but actually that the mouth is the horn. This analogy considers up the fact that the mouth is useful for the human being's defense. It is useful for the human being's consciousness. Consciousness. Ngamamomo, who respects the knowledge of Ngamamomo? Kokonyale explain. Who respects that? So nyalo wuoyo kodi kaka giwuoyo gacha without the hand signals. So don't you see the kaka God created the world? Maybe then according to these theories, God create world. Kata kirango mar wazunge go wajon, maybe it was a big bang. So and kendema no dong after the big bang. So miraculously osebedo coexist. So explain ni kaka big bang no chako kaka no chwake bolwar. But okiwinj. What's the name? In this case, the proverb personifies humanity and makes it look like a horned animal, which, when in danger, pierces its way through. Animals, unlike human beings, do not have the power of speech, just as a human being does not have the brute strength articulated through animal's horn. If the human being had a horn, the proverb would have no figurative impact. Another excellently stated metaphor is a proverb like chogo. The tooth is a bone. In its full form, the proverb is stated thus: like chogo, makatameru oto. Mana is the full proverb. The tooth is a bone even when your mother has died. Teeth, when exposed in laughter, normally indicate excitement or happiness. But this is not always the case because, after all, the tooth is a bone, which does not reflect the person's true feelings. In the event of death, even of people close to us, we will find cause to laugh, hence show teeth. Tragic though this occasion is. Gikma no wacho several things, no luongo several things, no wacho similes, no wacho metaphors, similes, personifications, allusions, and other forms of imagery. The word imagery can and very important. Gimana luongo the picturesqueness of the thing. Koro okodi into everything, order. Odi into kapokodi so much. Omi was some examples. Mag Olugogin sources of proverbial imagery. The figures used for reference in the proverb are taken from a wide range of sources, including fauna, flora of the Luo community. Below is an itemization of some of these. 1. Images derived from the animal world. Different animals are referenced to in the proverbs below, and their nature and styles of living used to reflect on human nature and experience. Yeah. The hare. Apoyotin to go rude. The hare might be small, but it begets twins. Everybody, in English, everybody has his or her own strengths. Apoyotin to go rude. The hare might be small, but it begets twins. Guinea fowl. Awendo okwe yire. The guinea fowl never abandons its colors or feathers. Like parent, like child. Fish. Fulu. Fulu bende oro ngege. Even fulu sends tilapia. Even a cat looks at a king. Fulu bende oro ngege. Chicken. Gweno uch gi ombij wadgi kiny to mare. A hen carries with its king's entrails, but tomorrow is the turn for its own. Buffalo. Jowi mager ema ichuoyo piene. It is the skin of a fierce buffalo that makes the shield. Tortoise. Opuk ogo e pige. The tortoise has been immersed in its water. Frog and cattle. Kuoto gwal ok mon dhiang' modho. The bloating of a frog does not prevent the cow from drinking. Might is right. Wacho kamano. Elephant. Liech ong'iyo gi oporo. Liech ong'iyo gi oporo. The elephant is used to the blowhorn. Familiarity breeds contempt. Wacho kamano. So magi koro the sources of this proverbial imagery. Kama this image of Proverbs working. Very good. Alafu wacho ni which liech to Roman won't go. The elephant's head is its own burden. Every bird must hatch its own eggs. Everybody must bear his own cross. Kama niko kwa an interpretation in English. Koro wacho ni mafulu ni additional. Wacho fulu is a small type of fish. The proverb stresses the necessity of coexistence between the mighty and the lowly. The proverb moroni and opuko goe pige. The proverb is used to refer to a situation where someone has been given a familiar task or put in a situation of his or her liking. The person can only excel in it and enjoy it. Mara liech. Liech ong'iyo gi oporo. The antics of a daily foe should not ruffle one. The blowhorn here is the one used by the hunters to summon one another to an expedition. When the elephant hears it, it knows what to expect and therefore adopts the best strategy for defense or escape. Wani animals are sources of proverbial imagery. Pictureness. Monitor lizard. Ngech miyog iye. Ngech miyog iye. Nomos. Ngech miyogi iye. The monitor lizard is fatty from the inside. Appearances can be deceiving. Kama nega ko interpret kamano. Ngech, you are your tech. It is very difficult to pull a monitor lizard. Let sleeping dogs lie. That is more, our German is the equivalence of it in English. Ants. Olang ngwe gi oro kata koth ochwe. Olang kata olang ngwe gi oro kata koth ochwe. The soldier ants smell both in drought and wet season. One does not leave one's character. Ongino kata tin to ok. Ongino kata tin to ok mangwende. Even though it is small, the black ant cannot be robbed of its termite. Hyena. hyena. Yore ariyo ne otamo ondiek luwo. The hyena could not follow two paths. Covet all, lose all. Otoyo moluor emaru. It is the timid hyena that lasts the night. He that goes softly goes safely. Leopard. Ondiek odak e niang' to kia mit niang'. The beast, the leopard, stays in the sugarcane plantation but does not know the sweetness of cane. Sleeping foxes catch no poultry. I'll give a bit more explanation. Ginemowachogi example. Mamonita lizard. No wachoni ngech ywayo tek. Meaning, the analogy of the proverb is that when a monitor lizard digs its feet in the ground, you cannot dislodge it. The proverb is used to comment on unnecessary obstinacy. The next one, Yo ariyo ne otamo ondiek luwo. There is a story about the hyena who was invited to a party. As it progressed on its journey, the hyena reached a junction. In trying to determine which road to follow, the hyena used its nose to detect where the party was by the fragrance of the food in the air. Both roads seemed to bear the fragrance. The hyena decided to follow the two paths simultaneously. The result was the hyena walked itself into a split. Otoyo moluor emaru. Extra information. People living in hyena-infested areas are on the lookout for animals and have laid traps. A daring hyena which does not check for the traps will obviously be caught in one, but the one which feels its way cautiously will make it around the traps. Mano from the images from the plant world. So, where I'll break matin, alafu waboduogo kendo. And one all about images from plants. And then one can taste jogi longo ga gig in stylistic devices. So omi wa several. Omi wa kadaka. Omi wa similes, metaphors, personifications, allusions, and other forms of imagery. So wabone na moko go a bit. To kapa no butieko gite kawuono, but at least onyalo neno the next one and then next one. Nikech gigi bo bedo more important, the more worthy in these proverbs. Bo mi away makata ki some of these proverbs in a system ma decode them. And the more me medo the luo, the more ibedo with more tools to decode them. Nikech gin very dense, gin very deep. Gin very dense. Ochal arange kamanda ane ka anyalo yude Proverbs gichal kaka E equals MC squared. Kokwadhi into all those things. So John Albert Einstein's most famous formula is E equals to MC squared, which states that energy equals mass multiplied by the speed of light squared. It proves that mass and energy are the same thing in different forms. So Proverbs gichal kamano. Chal nena seche moko nena an image, seche moko nena gima machal matin, seche moko en gima, but omiya whole world. Okay, this is something ma kwerewa nose learn timo for a very long time. And warango giga like that. Warango gigas nice sayings, mamiwa wisdom and caution and this. Okwanegi as kakamano. Okay, okinyal kao gine mar Einstein kamano to giwachne en proverb. Giwacho nikech gin giwacho ni mago are more on this side, but ineno kaka wacho Africans ne waneno things very differently. To nwatiyo wad and gik moko to do a lot more heavy lifting. Nikech gin gibiro sama there's so many more symbols kaka numbers. There's more African mathematics. There a lot of African knowledge. Moko gigolo India. So, and then more collection of ideas. And you choose the ones to use and kamano. So kikine, been surprised kine on more of these Indians are doing the programming, monologue. It's only the African part poko unite with the African mathematics kakotiyo. Because the Indians gin Vedic mathematics. Oko borg ma African, the African one is the original. But tokineno the Vedic mathematics, giwache inyalo paron gin religious text nikech giwache kamano. Joma no make gino famous, you don't gin these gurus. Joma okay expect a class and all these things, but ne gin that system completely coded. Alaf gin go verses ma code gigo, so ngato nyalo paro ne religious verses. Kendi ilango gias religious verses, but en mathematical verses. To one code gibe. Seche moko gi trickle down as these proverbs. But okwa catch that. Seche moko gi trickle as sayings, as stories, but okwa catch gimatimre. Nkech wanwase believe ne waonge knowledge, ne waonge anything. So kataka gino bit mbeleni, staring you in the face to put in. Africans did not write anything and they did not do this and that. So, Aborango more of this. And then kata, maybe later or the next time Aborango, why are they using animals? Why Jolu specifically are using animals? Ondine, gimome acho kamano kineno writing ma gono. So, kama isani longon Egypt, kama jomoko longon Kemet. Kodolongan Al-Kebulan, but magi new words. Kaka jolone longen gono. To realize until that whole writing, the animals and nyalo wacho kaka those proverbial imagery. Gitiyo with images to write whole issues, whole things, getting more calculations just with pictures. Kata jo China okao gino, jo Asia okao gino a lot. By Asia I mean these three: Japan, Korea, China, mostly jogging. Until this kata India, you can get this writing system are images. And very, very interesting. Atu hatim break mati no duogo. Wamanye wonle. Amakabuno jogi lawe. Angeno chal nade. Pero come on. Oduogo.
What, the Black Nation? I love it. From the day my born, when you done know, sir, I call out the first. I ain't no last. So you expect I can search. What's the what are you Look, woman and child, you, yeah. For you, I really have so much love. Dollar bills and coins will fade away. Could never make I so proud. Oh, yeah. alone. Motherland Africa still remains so fine. Empresses and emperors living from in those times. I know you're the first to give birth unto mankind. Now let me say you're the hurt, being Omega's divine. Yeah. Take out to Zion, I give thy praise. That's where my covenant will be always. How have you been going through those states of being away for many days? Love, woman, and child. Yeah. For you, I really have so much love. Dollar bills and kinds will fade away. Only you could make I proud. Yeah. Black woman and child. Yeah. For you, I really have so much love. Dollar bills and kinds will fade away. They never yet make I proud. Who knows who will tread upon your road just to make things great? Oh yeah, you and the children, I see them in front of your face. I say, keep them close as you live, increase their faith. Marcus Garvey don't save him, save the future from AIDS. Oh, naturally nature is the way to your needs. You were born as the one to conceive, now let my joy put away your grief. You want a child as smooth as the breeze. Woman and child, yeah. For you I'm having so much fun, yeah. Dollar bills and kinds will fade away. They could never put I down. Hey, black woman and child, yeah. For you I have so much love. Dollar bills and kinds will fade away. They would never make I proud. Alone, who are those standing at your door, dressed in Ethiopian clothes, coming more and more. Oh, what a lovely day! The blessing is so pure. Someone conceived today. Of this I am sure. Yeah. Black woman and child, yeah. For you have got so much love. Dollar bills and kinds will fade away. They never yet make I proud. Oh, black woman and child, yeah. For you I have so much love. Dollar bills and kinds will fade away. They never yet make I proud. Say it aloud, Kamala and Africa still remain so fine. Empresses and emperors living from in those times. I know you're the first to give birth unto mankind. Now let me say you're the earth, Queen Omega's divine. Oh, take I to Zion, I give I praise. That's where my covenant will be always. How have you been going through those days, dumping away for many years, yeah. Black woman and child.
All rise. Judge 1,000 years presiding. Your Honor, we have here Mr. Religious Belief and his henchman, Mr. Denomination. Mr. Religious Belief! Please take the stand.
I am noticing that there's a new prosecutor here.
Yes, Your Honor. After the last trial, other prosecutor had to resign. Your Honor, I think both of the gentlemen should take the stand at the same time, considering the magnitude of charges against them.
Mr. Religious Belief and Mr. Denomination, I see where you also have been promising black people, but you are even worse than the politicians. You promise them good living after they die. Yes, you say their reward is in heaven. It would appear to me that both of you have been to heaven already and have gotten yours. The charges are too numerous to mention here. For over 500 years, you have been wanted from ever since you sent your relative here. Yes, I am talking about the same Christopher Columbus.
Your Honor, the name is Christopher Columbus.
Hush up! Columbus, it don't matter. He did come trick us. It was you who went to the Americas and Africa with your doctrine of civilizing the savages. You taught black people to pray with their eyes closed. When they opened them, you had their land and they had the Bible. With the Bible and gun, you robbed, raped, murdered our foreparents in the name of Jesus. You have divided black people into groups, causing them to distrust each other. The first charge is for misleading black people into their colorblind blindness. You have black people worshiping everything white as good. White Jesus, white winged angels, white Christmas. Even the songs talk about whiter than snow I long to be.
Bible did say, though your sins be like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow.
So, you're trying to tell me that if my sins are white instead of scarlet, God will accept my sins? And by the way, Michelangelo painting of his uncle. For years, black people keep revering this picture as the true picture of Christ. All your religious holidays originate in Europe. Everything in heaven is white. Everything in hell is black. It's a lucky thing Jamaicans start to visit hell and really see for themselves.
Your Honor, if I may be allowed to speak, our divine and beloved Father, Pope.
Shut up! Dope or Pope, I will not allow you to ask any questions here. I have never heard anyone asking you any questions in one of your church services. You are also charged for collecting money under false pretense. You keep saying the church have no money, yet every little open land have a tent for a few months, then a massive building later. Did not your Bible say that your body is the temple of God?
Your Honor, Mr. Denomination has been collecting money from people, saying that he can get them into Miami via the Bahamas through the guise of Christian Crusade. Through such a scheme, people have been jailed, sir, trying to reach Miami.
What? I thought you would be trying to get them to heaven via your church. You are also charged for misinterpretation. You have twisted the Bible to suit white supremacy. You have taken stories and quotes from other books, much older than the Bible, and made them into myths. Have you ever read the Egyptian Book of the Dead?
The what?
It is because of you why the DJs have no respect for our black women. You have painted a picture of women as the originator of sin. You have made women look inferior in all your religious books. You have been preaching a sexist doctrine to our people. From Eve till now, you have blamed women for the downfall of the world. You blame Delilah for Samson's stupidity. You have even placed sin on sex, saying that Mary was a virgin all her life. With these images, what do you expect from our people? You even have the earth as only 6,000 years old. Maybe the history of Europe is only 6,000 years. But black people have been here long before. Long before.
Your Honor.
Hush up! Didn't I tell you not to interrupt? You shall get an extra 1,000 years for contempt of court.
Your Honor, there's a certain denomination that has been given legal status here. That said denomination has been preaching for years that black people cannot enter heaven. Yet their recruiters travel around on bicycles, 2 by 2, trying to win souls.
I have heard of this. I hear that they call themselves Church of the Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ, or morons.
The word is Mormons, Your Honor. You have to understand that things change.
Hush up! Understand? Black people have been under the stand for centuries. These morons or Mormons, as you call them, should never be allowed into a country that is predominantly black to preach about God. You have been collaborating with the politicians to trick black people. You have branded voodoo and obi and all African-oriented traditions as paganism. Yet you have the people going to church, trying to drink the blood of Jesus and eat his flesh. And I did hear you teaching them to pray, and I quote, "Lead us not into temptation." It is you they should be asking to lead them not into temptation. When since the Lord lead people into temptation that you should be asking him not to do it?
That was a slight misinterpretation.
Remember the baker? Remember the one who was swagging hearts? Remember the one who was using his mouth to orally rob her? All of these were collecting souls under false pretense. Mr. Religious Belief and Mr. Denomination, I hereby sentence you both to 1,000 years for swindling poor people by way of radio and TV. I also give you 1,000 years for each year that black people have been suffering since Columbus came here. Now take them away.
Ancora Mogero kama Kendo kama betka Kendo ndo wadhi mbele kod gikwagi. Wadhi mbele kod kama ne wachope notiku kama owuoyo about imagery derived from the animal world. Next one was images derived from the plant world. Katakapo kwa timo this part of plants. Apparently Jolu ok notice how much names magin go gin make plants. Apparently this part of naming bedoga very underappreciated. Like very, very underappreciated. Gik moko kaka nying jaduong ananga. Ananga is a plant. There's so many such names nikech wakaoga as if all these names gin for the day and what time of the day. Until there was a science to this. Omi obet so odire. So names moko mang'eny ma okinyal yudo to benarango a bit dictionary mar iluongo ginade gin Uganda, joluo ma Uganda. To nitie so many names miwinjoga ka ji nitie go mantie kanyo. One time nayudo kata name kaka Olanya kanyo. So you don't put evidence ma the culture nitie the names. Okay, and about what time you were born. Nitie science to keeping the names. Nikech magi ok nying juogi, so ne nyaka bed a memory system maketo the names. To memory kaka giwacho ni tiyo nikech nitie connections mabedo formed which nyaki repeat the names. The more me repeat, not the names, the more me repeat gimisomo, the more me teachers ne dwaro nwa som mondo wa remember nikech new connection, new synapses miketo e wiyi. So ineno jowa ne giriek nikech ne girealize ni kikawo name ne biketo kanyo to the more ma ji luonge, the more jomong'eyo, jomantie in the education system or the culture, gibedo reminded of the purpose of gino. So every time kiwacho no, okay, ananga, ilongo ananga to jomonge what the plant does, always memory dok kanyo, the connections bet stronger. Connections go bet stronger to losing the memory kata the knowledge of what the plant does. Kata kokundike piny becomes more refined, obedo more riverbed ma koth oseringe. Ineno ga evidence ni pi oseringo ka for millennium. Ineno the path, ineno kite kaka gichal, kaka gin smooth, nitie evidence no osebedo pi biro ga kanyo kata ken seasonally. So jowa ne interesting kamano. So kata ka giketo gi Proverbs, to nitie that element ma giketo in this ma memory. But memory of the structure and the system, nikech jogi nok miwa chance. And consistent attacks. Consistent. Images derived from the plant world. Magi koro images ma omako chemistry igi. The green and the dry. Motuo no wondo manumu. The dry cheated the green. Matoko explain. Come on. Sausage fruit. Yago ohewo tonde. The sausage fruit is heavier than its holder or suspender. Mago kende moka those two. Alafu wacho ni images derived from human experience. The dissector. Jabar bende ibaro. The dissector is also dissected. Today me, tomorrow thee. Eating with the blind. Ngama chiemo gi muofu ema ong'eyo mit bor. Ngama chiemo gi muofu ema ong'eyo mit bor. If it is he who eats with a blind man that knows the delicacy of fight. Wachon, a fool is the lawyer's granary. A fool is the lawyer's granary. The mighty and the minnows. Ngamoloi kiang deri. Ngamoloi kiang deri. He who is stronger than you does not slaughter your cow. Koro omiwa gine. Omiwa background madhe motuo ne owuondo manumu. Actually, there is an anecdote about the dry bundle of firewood inviting the green one for a swim. The green one sank, but the dry one floated. The proverb refers to those who fool others. Marama, the sausage, yago ohewatonde. And here a bit of more information. Actually, used when one is overwhelmed by his or her responsibilities and obligations. The proverb is similar in vein to the one that says the elephant bears the burdens of its head and should not really complain about it being so heavy. The dissector Jabar Bendeibar. Actually, the proverb is derived from the practice of breaking the hunch before the hunchback is buried. If the dissector is hunchback, then he is only doing what will also be done to him. Every dog has its day. Ngamoloi Ngamoloi kiang deri. Into a second part match on Ngamoloi nyono kwesimeru. Nyono? No, sorry. Ngamoloi onyono kwesimeru. He who is stronger has stepped on your mother's smoking pipe. The visitor. Wendo badeboyo. Wendo badeboyo. The visitor has long arms. Images from domestic items. Atonga mayot ema iyombogo koth. It is a light basket that one escapes the rain. It is with a light basket that one escapes the rain. In English, often cut your coat according to your cloth. 2. Odong mitoke. Mitoke, odong mitoke. Ema itokonie. The same plate you have served others in is the one that is used to serve you. Tit for tat. Do unto others what you'd like them to do unto you. Pandinya luo doge ario. So, moro ma giwuoyo about ngamolo yonyo no kwesimeru. Ajani, if such a thing happens, the story goes, you cannot confront the person. Instead, you will chide your mother for carelessly leaving her pipe in the way. You will, in essence, be looking for an excuse not to deal with the obvious affront. The visitor has long arms. Wendo badeboyo. Actually, as a matter of courtesy, a visitor in Luo homes is not expected to be too eager to eat or overtly display his hunger. When asked to move nearer to the table for the meal, a typical visitor will always reply that his position is near enough, even when it is not. The derisive conclusion then is that he must be having very long arms. Pandenya luo doge ario. Used to comment on a hypocritical or double dealer. The traditional knife, which has 2 edges, can cut both ways. So does a hypocrite and a double dealer. The last part. The last part for what Guinea explained, but more for one. For this time. honorable bet my mate. Which one is that? Magino talk what we about imagery. Pokotieko. Wachon satire. Satire is poking fun at human folly. It's very much an integral part of the Luo proverb. Its greatest element in doing this is, as with many other experiences, the use of humor, exaggeration, and understatement. We will illustrate the use of human satire in Luo proverbs by looking at a few examples. The Luo uphold a culture of authenticity and truth. Pretense is derided with the proverb, Bingo iro oketedo. A fusion of smoke is not necessarily evidence of cooking. Blah, da, 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 da. The essence of the proverb is that mediocrity and lack of substance could be hidden under appearances. This proverb intimates that exaggeration does not always present reality as it is. As it is conventionally put, big boasts, small roasts. The essence of the proverb is that mediocrity and lack of substance could be hidden under appearances. This proverb intimates that exaggeration does not always present the reality as it is. As it is conventionally put, big boast, small roasts. The humor in the proverb lies in the visual image of one who has not made a lot of smoke traditionally, in brackets, traditionally, the Luo use firewood for cooking, and so the appearance of smoke from the house is indicative of cooking, but is essentially cooking nothing. An apt example that comes to mind is from school sports. At such meetings, very colorfully dressed athletes who limber all over the place and demonstrate their potential never feature among the winners and are often only substitutes. This proverb can be used to cut such athletes down to size and remind them that vanity, ego, and arrogance might just be worthless. Intrusion in other people's affairs, meddling, gossiping, laziness are also derided by the Luo proverb. Meddling comes in different forms. One very common among the Luo is self-invitation to a meal. Some people have the habit of appearing just at the time when the meal is being served. The social principle among the Luo is that whoever is present when the meal is set is automatically expected to share in it. By timing his appearance, the intruder, Jahawanya, gets the benefit of the food. However, it is not everybody who appears at mealtime that is regarded as Jahawanya. Rather, you become Jahawanya if you do this repeatedly so that it is no longer a coincidence. In traditional society, the Jahawanya would lean onto one of the pillars supporting the cave while making sounds to attract those eating inside the house. This way, he would be noticed and invited to the meal. This is the situation satirized in the proverb. Jahawanya Otugreg Zero. The intruder or the unwelcome guest has fallen with the pillar. The proverb pokes fun at this person who might be unaware of the weakness of the pillar and might go down with it, in the process making his presence known. Laziness is ridiculed through the self-explanatory proverb, Janyao Morgi Jumapil. The lazy person is happy on Sunday. The lazy person is happy on Sunday because it is a non-working day. Okay. Gossip and rumor mongering are acknowledged as social cancers among the Luo, like in many other communities. Those who practice it cause disagreements by distorting the content in the transfer of information from one source to another. Such people are symbolized in one proverb as the double-edged traditional life which cuts both ways. In another proverb, the gossip is presented as a perennial nuisance. She is Jakwoth Kti. The gossiper never ages. Sidetrack, Martin. My man had mentioned this kind of watch about the Samano way about the Jagoma watch on me tempting proposals Mondogi Wondi. But the interesting thing, and man, ni mapod biro with gossip, in line gossip and rumor mongering. Give me Maggie, give me your cohergy, especially in the Luo context, and that information. The information me you do. Emiti Yogo as building block of Emiti Yogo as building blocks of thinking and decision making. So why you better give my interesting or bet tricky nadi? Nkech or encourage to gather information more by gossip instead of bedo observant and kata analysis ma information. Okay, on a very lazy way of you do information. Whether again true or false. But Ibo ascertain that in this, Ibo make sure that in this information and authentic. Okay, kakano nene video chase chemoko jogi nyalo use the information as a weapon against you as a gossip. Say we jogi matim record ngane. But the information itself and a malware and a virus money go infect your thinking and then be compromised. In case keep our video manual watch cha. Kineno the beginning. Tigima iketoga kanyo from Sang Tzu. At the beginning my video ni. Okay to the This part okunenga. Actually, if your opponent is of a choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Unfortunately, pretend to be weak, that he may grow arrogant. That he may grow arrogant. Sansu. So then no gikelo that gikelo no that element kendo. Ni information inyalo pass to you to karangano deceive. Amamio in do this gossip and rumor mongering or can give encouraged. Omiyo gama go through this process ma Luones bedos quite weak. For me, very unstable. Very unstable structures develop consciousness. It's a part of the consciousness, the content part of consciousness, and information ma inigo about history, about common knowledge, about general knowledge. So kagi gimagitimo gan make sure the content ma inigo is wrong. So katakin goals, attain skills make thinking, but the wrong information. All that information brought to you for their benefit. I'm okay to the lies we. So this gossip rumor mongering been discouraged. Okay, because of moral catch of morality. It is bad behavior. Bad behavior and a little bit good behavior in a certain say in depending on context. The essence, Jakwoth Kti, or Okti ama Jakwoth Kti. The essence of the proverb is that the tool of trade for the gossip is the tongue. This is an organ, unlike others, which gets sharper with repeated use. In other words, an old gossip is perhaps more dangerous than a young one. Manager quote kiti. Abo more so and more wawache kama more so the old lie, a lie that is very old, is more dangerous than a young one. Kaka, for example, the history make luo mewa. Realize kwa the deep, I realized makijoma kikuma zunge of form kagikelo this character magilungo na Nilot. Because give form a new identity on the continent. Manyalo serve what they want. And this Bantu and Kushites and all these things. So to Gise Liu as this is a very old lie, a very old weapon, thought weapon or idea weapon. To say bedo super effective. Kata jomo so more to what extent you watch the same thing. Jomo so more for to what extent. Okuni gifu and kechogi somo, but meaning in this case meaning for as in lack of in certain or particular information. Okuni no correct. I mean like this. So I realize same situation. Giwacho need the same thing. Anjo Israel and this and that and that and that. And this spirituality and that and that and that. You don't gain in terms of building those ideas gain very okonyal build not go anything. Okonyal. Ito jomoko kotiyo kode as a position ma anchor their thought to giloso gikmoko. But on kotiyo kode it has no effect other than worship jogo. The essence of the proverb is the tool of trade for gossip is the tongue. Kabo asakamano, not just the tongue. It's sunny. Ineno kaka jogo wacho. Seche moko inyalo keto just information kanyo mangato paroni in week ti gole through the gossip network to ko believe ti yude. To seche moko give me those words nkech gisik to irritate you. Nkech kata that concept in Sang Tzu been alive very long ago. The gossip is in the same class as the detractor, the person who specializes in planting germs of discord in what are otherwise good relationships. Again, this morality is amazing. No, konene from the consciousness aspect majolu. Kechumano is the key. Mano is the crown ma which. So detraction is very common in marital relationships and is often perpetrated by close relatives. Tinde is not just close relatives. Tinde ntia a whole advertising complex. Or is even more weaponized, more resourced than your relative. And you trust gi at a deeper level than even your relatives. In case you're watching, for example, kagikelo this junk through Netflix. Example. To ichulo for Netflix. But don't use your money to subscribe to Gino gives it more authority katamologik majomoko is in case in very invested. You pay for it every month. In very, very, very invested. Super invested. So more invested than kata your mother. Kaki trust your mother. One is the new scenario. So what's only it is often perpetrated by close relatives. Yes, but Sani relatives of Bedo overtaken. Ginok in the biggest perpetrators. A common scenario is where a person is courting. The detractor comes in and secretly starts informing one of the partners about the ills of the other with the aim of discouraging them from continuing the relationship. The detractor uses an iota of truth and embellishes it with many untruths for his or her malicious intentions. In order for him to succeed in this, he must spend many hours sitting with the target of detraction. And what is the result of that sitting? Literally speaking, this proverb refers to Jasem Pierre Otuch. The detractor has holes in his buttocks. In the buttocks, not in his buttocks, in the buttocks of the trouser. The reference to the buttocks here is not literal. The trousers are implied instead. The detractor spends long hours sitting to defame people. This oversitting leaves its marks on the trouser. At the symbolic level, the proverb points out that the detractor is morally impaired because of his actions are harmful. Ma is my only point, not my only point, but main point. This focusing on these things, kaka morally, bo me he lose a lot. Okay, situation mawantie sana. The biggest detractor in your phone. Wakatanga mo bait code. So the interesting thing, the detractors are enemy carry enemy thing. What's okay? The detractor uses an iota of truth and embellishes it with many untruths and malicious intentions. So anyone can fake news. Ma affect kata Joma Niwajogan Josem and these people. Gibes and Nigin under the influence of Gima and Tienito and more and super effective sani. So kata this Amame Eroga these Luo proverbs, they work in even an updated sense. But the traditionalists insist on this cartoonish idea of society mawazungomigi is how key apply kanyo and it works. So instead of range as in what even ngani timo, to gika English proverbs to dwoko gi back into that idea prison. Finally, there is a satirical proverb about those who do wrong but are very defensive to the extent of being ready for a fist fight. One such character is the person who breaks wind in public. According to these proverbs, Jakwodo Oyedao. Jakwodo Oyedao. He who has broken wind is ready for a fight. Breaking wind while in company is distasteful. It is received with disdain and a lot of fanning of the nose. The guilty person will often be easy to identify as she will not fan the nose, or will be inconspicuously, or will do so inconspicuously. While accusing fingers are pointed at the offender, she will charge the people to a fight. The proverb is a code of saying that a guilty conscience needs no accuser. Interesting. Breaking wind while in company is distasteful. It is received with disdain and a lot of fanning of the nose. Okay. Another. Okay. It's experience time. Ntie kamanwa tiyo with Koreans. South Koreans. South Koreans nige very many rules and regulations magiloga as Asians. Okay, you can give even more not more, but give these layers of traditions. One more wa accept nigin ginyalo bit go, and it is right, but one to nako a bit more Western. Nako a bit those are primitive. Man obedo past, but gin keep gigo. One very interesting, two very interesting manuane no Koreans. And mokwongo, ngama duong ok mos ngama tin. Ngama duong ok mos ngama tin. So kata kobiro, to kobi mosi kaka wan seche moko ong'iyo ni kata ng'ama duong' nyalo mosi kata boss kata ng'a gin ok omosi at all. Mar ariyo, which was also interesting, ni ng'ama duong' onyalo kuodho mbele ni ok moko mek sniper ka yani miwinjo ni ng'ani kuodho and obedo accepted kamano. Ok en gima ji neno as something maduong'. So ibo bet kanyo, ibo ng'weye but onge gima ibo wacho. Ibo bet strong. Ibo dhi kode ka kode. Wach kaka sadhi. To me, for me, then very interesting to observe. Nikech an ok abet kodgi so much kamano ma alafu wiya tek. Ging'eyo wiya tek and gin. And wiya tek watiek kamano. So ne ging'eyo ni mawerigo ma wiye tek. Alafu be nok ahero hang. Magi observation man aneno. Alafu apenjo to realize what is happening. But no gibedga koda in one room and so things like this. But one is not important. So ineno kochakni. Breaking wind in company is distasteful. Owuoyo morally. Be very careful with this moral. Nkech ma is distasteful for Europeans. Kamane kaka gikete. And we, why existing under the mindset of Europeans? What they find bad, we find bad. What they find good, we find good. Kagiwachon that is witchcraft, wachon witchcraft. Kagiwachon that is voodoo and it is special, wachon that is voodoo and it is special. Kagiwachon Africa is special, to wachon Africa is special. Kagiwachon Africa is a future, to wachon Africa is a future. Kagiwachon Africa has no future, to wachon Africa has no future. Kagiwachon Africa is corrupt, to wachon Africa is corrupt. Kagiwachon Africa is not corrupt, to wachon Africa is not corrupt. One the tail of the dog, the dog wag the tail to or shake code one on bottle again in the tail of the dog. So often the guilty person will often be easy to identify as she will not found the nose or will do so conspicuously. So keep it in such a situation, Makorika, with this mindset to keep occupy from a consciousness level. Okay, it's part of consciousness, the content of consciousness and culture, traditions and mores. So kichopo from kin in Jalu. Tido ingeon there is a part of the consciousness and culture, traditions and mores. So idwa understand in your environment, kata kibet kod jogi, idwa understand their traditions and their mores. Mondinge kaki behave kodgi. So okibi with this mindset ni kaki paro no azunge think is how everybody thinks. And traditions, it is your traditions that make you who you are. It is your consciousness that make you who you are, not the traditions. Maoke to Africa in a very big hole. Because majority of these traditions again European and Arab myths translated into this. Watching Luo, maybe not for Jomoko, but for Luo specifically. Until a lot of nonsense maybe do passed as culture, but gina other stories. Majomoko invent halfway through. Come here another example. Japan, who bet Tigari called boss, who bet according to rank. So boss bobedo back right. Always. Kaun jotich. Boss bobedo back right. The next one in seniority, watching accountant, chief accountant, bobet to the left of him. Alafin koro jaluedo, ibobet next to the driver on the right. Okay. Haya. Gini ok be make sense koki understand their history. Ibo para en morality and good behavior. Kagidi restaurant. In the same sitting. Boss bobedo to the left. Alaf gibo chako bet. Nkech gibet gain, most of their things ginga square kama. So kirange to chal gari, but people are facing each other. Instead of facing mbele, face each other. So obo body kama. This young person bobet mbele. Boss. The next in rank bobet to the left. And then the next one in rank bobet right, or front right, no, front left. Alafu the jaluedo makore kobiro bobet in front of the boss directly. Tibo paronen about morals. A golo story ni mondi understand the difference ma traditions ge. Gi make the culture. Gi make just gi make the code of behavior for certain times and certain problems. He understand the part ma kaka jogging alosoga the house. And more square, not kakamaruam around. Negichako round kagibiro, but not chopo where it was necessary to loso square and cage Asia and its history. So entire time, Kanegi form, Negi bring what's in Japan together, Noken together, China was not together. Negi chala kakene no Kenya, everywhere, genetimo their own thing. So Noka was so much violence and so much death and so much wars over years. Boso okelogi together. Boketogi under one idea and one myth. One idea, one myth, this type of things. So Mondongani obeyed very careful. Obeyed the boss code watching and shogun katango. Nenyak obeyed with a specific position. Mondo onyal defend or kinyal kanti assassination attempt or what? Gingeo pio. But for the assassin, so-called ninjas, they make easy time mondo gingeo where to attack. So obedo ntie game moro magitugo ga milungon go. Or child chess but in different. So and the same idea. Ngamabo position this square for maximum efficiency. Nikech wadwaro ni ka the enemy attack to wadwaro no miss the boss or confuse the boss kod jaluedo. And then one jomoko gikoro wanyalo attack. Miwa effective attack. Miwa effective attack. Get time no nen mana swords knocking arrows so much. Nen swords. Close combat. Arrows ntie, spears ntie, magi ntie. But close combat nen kaman. So kanga ni obiro, miu chance ma corner them or them corner you. Mano is more the thinking. So kirango gigi bo paron gitimo gigi, kidi kuro tipo paron gibet kamano out of courtesy, out of moral behavior, out of gibo lungon culture, but then more traditions, because culture is very, very different. More out of mores, out of behaviors, out of customs, customs and mores. But Wolongo got all those customs and mores in the culture. And Kakaluongo and Kakawacho ni ntie the field of mathematics. Mathematics in the African sense and the study of nature. And then tie koro kaki study people inside of nature and how they think manobedo under statistics. Ki study the position of things and relations to each other. Ichako biro algebra. Ki study concepts and kaka gik moko relate. Tichako the algebra, algorithms and idi kamano. So but he study nature. Such. But ngatung in mathematics and addition and subtraction. Part ma addition and subtraction ilungon arithmetic. Oklongen mathematics. Ilungon arithmetic and got very specific name. Or deal with measurement of quantities. Adding, subtracting, dividing quantities of Kikmanti nature. But one no point one that is mathematics, addition and subtraction. So I have the same idea about culture. But culture in this study is systematic. A very systematic, scientific, and intellectual, intelligent and intellectual way of studying nature. Okay, and just addition and subtraction. Manog me a view into nature, but it is not the science. So culture and kamano. Culture and this study and improvement ma this as this angle ma the human being nago. Consciousness, this capacity ma consciousness, man take a definite structure. Ma me effectiveness and the power to do. But en sub branches. So culture bin kamano. En traditions and mano mo so gik ma those are the solutions as a result of of a problem. Dear heritage, which is these solutions applied over time. Moko nyalo bit wrong, moko nyalo bit right, moko time no se kalo, but people watch and culture changes, which is not true. Traditions, mores change, customs change, but culture remains the same. And kakawacho, katere to another example. Watch when the sun changes. No, the chieng got the same. It is the plants. Gikmantie pinyka, the world, the earth might go round. Tineno night and day. The sun will move. But giwachoka kaman about culture. Culture child the sun and static. The traditions, the mores, the heritage, the customs. Emadika change. Okay, consciousness and consciousness. Okay, change. Kaka the brain is the brain. And then a brain. Take out the brain, take out skeleton. Man go change for a long time. Those scientists watch on it is changing, blah blah. But so far, Gima observing it is constant. So culture and command. So I'm gonna go to this story. Korea, for example, and Japan. Mondineni, the customs change, the traditions change, but the culture itself, Kakagi, their consciousness is always looking for solutions and better ways of change. Mana is constant, and it is a continuously moving process. Kaka day and night, day and night, day and night. But chieng is just continuously burning. The moon manakanya continuously. Whether you reflect or not, culture is the same. Consciousness is the same. How you organize consciousness is what changes. The information Mikel or here, what you remove is what changes. This one of these things, is one of the most single things mommy Africa is stuck. You confuse traditions and cultures. And this is very intentional. Key freeze jogging a specific to create their personality. You create their concept of the world. No new information, Yellow Bureau. Nothing can be updated. This is our culture. An example. Joke realize when we do this. They don't realize when we do this. And the picture moko of around Kisumu, the women at the market, and they are practically almost naked. almost naked. Which now at the other time, Kirango, this is the result of two things. Mokwongo, this constant raid and by these Arabs and the Indians and these people, constant raid. So, gik moko ka cotton manegitimo needs long periods of peace. So jogi okweni peace. We really do not understand our ancestors. And two, Nenti an added benefit. That is why Negi a problem to it. Because the skin is the biggest membrane mawanago. And the marwa has this very unique element, the digest sun to create vitamin D called gikmoko. And this really helps us live long, which our things, our inner kakabde do deal with that thing is a battery. And power a lot. So being like that, mangani nebirong is in this is backwardness. Then deal with a very scientific reason. The third point and disease. Disease. Tinde wan jomarwako lewnigi. We had some incredible diseases. Incredible. Makanga golo kama binene kasamuonge lewni is some people wonder how is this person alive or breathe not. So nekonyo that also nkech unyalo neno this disease, but jogging is one, it is backwardness. So about the code, especially these sexually transmitted diseases. Nkech kangato woto kamano you can see them. But ko tweri inda maber to orwako long ma decent kwanza ma beche ngeny. A lot of gigi okinyal neno. So about the code, it is 2026 on modern. So some of the customs, some of the traditions, some of the mores, manawatimo just to keep the society healthy. John Onge. So in a normal go change. Okwa judge for better was such and change. No? But some it's interesting, some within no daktari to duoki back to that or duoki back to factory setting or John Gonye Leoni. And to see what is under this thing. To go nyaka ochwadi nyaka x-ray or odi nyaka deep. So on the deep, I mean maybe manner change for the better, but manner is not the point. So Okwa realize get this. And this is why I stress this thing about the Proverbs. In case this element when the customs change, to jiwachon, okay, the Proverbs ntie because of culture, ntie a certain thought mimi, ntie a certain stable thinking manyalobit nimi, ntie a stable concept, couch thinking, a stable concept nimi. But in case the custom will change, the culture will change. Jogi koroke logi go to chakoachon. This proverb means this. Kakamana achon ma E equals MC squared. Mar Einstein. Jomoko achon, it is true, it is not. Mago debate mawazunge. No time for that. No time for that noise. One different problems. You made go koko. But Engima clear. Not in truthfulness, Engima clear, this is from Einstein. So come on. So ngatoko biro owachon, okay. E means ni egg. And M means ni mayonnaise. And C means ni watching, for example, chapati. Squared, so 2 chapati. Maybe in comedy, maybe no, maybe in the future people will believe that nonsense. But the ntie concept ma EMC squared will stand for. More can be changed by changing the other elements or the meanings of the words and giggle. So this is where one word dwell, especially in Luo. Jobi Robo changed the concept. And so I believe those things, and that is the culture, that is what was being said, and that is what was being passed all along. So now, coming into weekend, into this video, man, I'll go again. Jogi watch on ideas and weapons. Is the ideas and words are our weapons. Tokena new thing, gisebet ka getting with this. And then answer ni kurikiele outwardly. But mouse a bit since we met them. Since no aromo code again. Until some gimomio makawaga. Until some constants. Until some constants ma until some constants ma oko change. Since no meet Jawokogi. And by Jawoko I mean just Europeans. I mean Asians. I mean Jomane Biro before the Romans, the Greeks, Mane Biro before to Africa. There's some constants. Manyaka sanipoko change. I will mention 2 or 3 of them. 1. Right Gema determine what is history. 2. Right Gema determine what is truth. By truth I mean what is the meaning of words. Not this new age ideas. No? Everybody has their truth and 2 truths, and everybody has their own truth. Mane confusion magimi as Africans. So konyal neno the problem. So ki describe ningato problem. Kata seje kwa se bed code Europeans to describe the problems. Toko kodua yen gitimo gino tongisi, but that is your truth. You don't know this like this money more borrowed like this is not being used like this. Don't you see? But that is your truth. I mean, definition of what is true. Maybe we are going the word truth. Definition of what is true. Another constant. Apoko change. The balance of military force. Wabed on the same footing militarily. No. Since Warom Kode until now, I'll make sure Katawabedga armies, their jokes are compared to them. Wajan one the same rank, major, blah blah blah, and jokes. So these things could change. And there are several of them. Magomana 3 or 2. But ntie several mago mangato rangoga this education mago nonsense. Ntie some constants magi maintain. Since we're meeting, like I said, them the guitar, not just Europeans, not Indians, ntie magi maintain. Ntie moko magi go and they make sure we reach the same level. Katako Wuyo Aparon, we are talking about the same things, but we are really not. We are really not. The Proverbs begin a way to see this. Proverbs, for especially Luo Proverbs, give a tool to see this. Okay, several times Inyala identifies Samangani push a concept just by understanding consciousness, especially the Luo concept, and that proverb can correlate to the consciousness. So some of this idea and word weapons are being passed in Nene. In no gimotim. So Emomi wa go through this. Ang'eyo nitie joma wacho too much reading. Kaka wachoga. Okwa bi change sani for one person, two people, three people. Moko dwa somo. Nitie football and those other things. Inyono mbele. But joma concerned for the culture. Notice the word Matthew. Concerned for the culture. Meaning concerned for that consciousness and the capacity my consciousness malu keep growing, keep evolving, finding solutions, which is essence ma better than. If they really, really see this as precious, ma make this experience of better than or something really, really precious, kimamit, then it is worth it cow that time to understand the proverbs, the songs, and kaka gitiyo. One thing man notice ni ibaj gagigi together and they are the same, but Choluogi, because of the idea of consciousness and how exact it is and how interesting it is, how Negine not through a lot of nonsense. It's very interesting. So katakwa di wawacho the same words in proverbs and sayings from Jomoko and Luo. It is better what those other people think, but Nyaki realize Nimari know me for a very specific reason. Oka think that makes you special or not, or makes you better than others or not. Man, and that gives you what you need to navigate this world. Me, the tools me need to navigate. And I find Nimano is a very precious, it's a very precious thing, ma. Kuerewa nyaloweno, which is something, ma, I think we should take up and really value. Value kabisa. Okay, we have a very, in Kakalu, we have a very interesting experience and history. More from how we see things, even the last 60 years, 70 years. Kawatiyo with that history, Nyalobet, so much fertile ground for the next developments. Mwanyalotimo for the next movements. Mwanyalotimo in all these fields. Mwadwaro. Obed technology, obed manufacturing, obed media, obed. It is so much for us in that. So for Jomoko, they manogi manyaka gi figure out with their ancestors. And not gonna choose their ancestors for them. Not gonna choose their forefathers for them. To not come their forefathers what to do. Because their forefathers no choose to go call the time my nature megi. And that is the result my megi. How is that my fault? And how is that the fault of my ancestors? Gibenegin choice. So come my ancestors no choose negate this idea of consciousness to the core. To Jomoko no decide any other games to the core. And think the Giyamanyaka deal called and judge them. And I'm just very lucky my ancestors know where Nagima makes sense. So okabi stress nkej mana. Okabi stress nkej Jomoko nkej this logo gigano nagi. This law was more formed by these new structures. Pushed by other people. Gieroga wachonon, but what about those other people? So Katieko question now to these people and who died and made you the savior of those people? 1. 2, who died and made and told you those people want you to save them? Who told you that those people want solutions from you to save them? Gamanong is no kuchego are waiting for you to save them. Amanong is akambarito mondo you save them. What makes you so special in no ketikanyo? And all those people have to wait for you to be the one to show them what should happen. Gibe ginke history, ginke their own experience. Maginya lo draw from. So whether you draw from it healthily or unhealthily, judgment and kuomgi and their children will ensure that happens. But nothing that one neglect. Instead of making this foundation one neglect. I mean, on making the work of Jesus. In keyboard, the keyboard. And easy. The same thing, man, not in Gumboya. The system, after it uses the tools, it breaks them. It breaks them. I don't know how to explain it to you. It was sad and this and that, but the system Tioga come after it uses its tools, it breaks them. And you find that so much fun. So again, nini ngamari exani, tiparoni you have escaped this. In some law, the ancestors in some in a maniriaki class, so you will figure this thing out to already say find a way to escape it. Guinness a bit consistent for 600-700 years. Ibo winje. Ibo winje. Ewa janade. Akabedi ntie proverb kama manyalo ngisi gini. Ka onge to too bad. Too bad. But en gima nyaka wapar about. En gima nyaka wapar about. Nkech wani joma ntie alive sani to nyithindo gi nyaka wa hand over something. So these illusions and delusions of progress and mawan go we wagi. Boketo gi in a dangerous position. Kechan personally anenoni. The need for Africans become less and less. Especially ka AI biro. Bobedo even way less. And Joma rule world sani to Joma ne rule it before. Kata gibed Asians, kata gibed Jomage. Ose prove no kata gibed Arabs. To them, kichako bet useless. To ginegi. Ogitu gather games kodi. Brotherly love, equal rights, akiango. Koginyal negi to gien slavey. But ingejo wodonjo illusions magin with this idea of history. History always goes forward. Wachmoroni history can go back. Yani, Wazungu sell them this idea and history is always progress. Ni history ogega regress. To realize ni kata kuerewa, nintie so much progress. Learning, information, subjects, societal development. Matsama negi hit the regress. Jomoko ne progress. But to us, then regress, makata kochopo by the time jogi biro gu picha ti, wa regress so much, a lot of things orumo. a lot of knowledge of it because people are Jomanonge of those information, either they are dead or enslaved Gide. But one get this idea in history is always this progress. Things always have to get better. No, it's not true. Kata of Europe is not true. Of Asia, it is not true. Europe not the through as a period under the Africans. Milongonumo was negedi bagi chopo such a high level of advancement, bagi lower into the dark ages. For 1,000 years almost. Eka Yudo, those writings, those writings bedo translated from Greek into Roman, from Greek and Arabic. Eko biro bochungo git wanna know all these things, nigi invent all these things, top around, oh, these people are amazing. Mago gik mane intie already. Asia be yudo its footing like that. Ntie gik mangeng manose loss, but negi luar be, negi bet kod regress. Nzanigi dogo kendo up, so this is just development. China has done it in 10 years. No. Mano is on the back of thousands of years to earn the same advantage. But these simplistic ideas make history. History always progresses. Mano is a cartoon and a movie. Mano in real life. Yamomi Wakanda is fiction. Nkechwa paro kaka nyithindo. Everything has to get better. Yamomi kata kwa Safa Martin, a little discomfort, kata kineno, kangato no meo and then no regress. Okay, ni gigi team real life and regression kata history. No, you should be humble, and this proverb said you should be humble because you can fall and regress. Mano is history. Katangama humble be nyalo dok piny. Katangama arrogant nyalo idho. My the morality why exist in this consciousness because and with that we will not build. Because we falsify consciousness. The raw material manyaki build go. Gibe no chuno gin gi upgrade the raw material. Pagicha Kiriambon, those things were invented by their ancestors. Give me what the mindset magin negin go. My backwardness. Gin manegi wachuga gigi. Our culture is this and our culture is about this. Manogik magin. Emomi ogipongo wag those words. So, Proverbs again, and these wise sayings again a window into world of consciousness. Inside of this, anecdotes, similes, but also concepts, formulas, these other things. Very complex formulas, but or arrange just in words. Arrange in very simple Luo words. Manyaki donj a bit here in the consciousness to really start seeing this amazing world, mantie kanya. Erukamano for being here. Moscow no all the systems no kelo shida, so he could not join as such. He could not join, but Erukamano, you are here. Kakawachoka Luo is our business. Luo is our business, and welcome to our world. Our Goero Kaman, you spend time with us here. Thank you to the champions of culture. Thank you so much for being here. You could have been anywhere else. You could have been doing other things. You could have been looking after other things, but you're here. And for that, we are thankful. So we never take your presence for granted. Okay, this game money is such a perishable good or expire. It has expiry date. And the distance between freshness and expiry in life. And it is super manageable. There's this interesting thing on consciousness in here that does out of the darkness of potential Utimoga so much creation and creativity. To Osemi, you are a way of overcoming death by continuously existing, continuously pushing consciousness forward, passing it on, refined, improved. Okay, take an algorithm. Or the failure to do this and problems and suffering and defeat be. So thank you that we could partake on this through our proverbs from our ancestors. Warum King, as we do our stories. As we mentioned, some of the stories from our archives and chronicles of Luo stories and folks' tales, and what they give us as formulas, as methodologies, as strategies, as thinking packets, as idea packets, as conceptual packets, Mawanyalo Yogo and launch, and Mawanyalo Yogo as inoculation and seeing where to move after this and next. So, Erokamano for that. We always appreciated you're the prize, you're the goal, you're the aim, but again in the target. Okay, you come from this interesting cultural experience. So never forget that, body in the target. But what about the code? To the technical team, research team, we're going to Erokaman so much. You stabilize us and you keep us moving, and you keep Jikakawana Wigiricho in check. And it's for the good. It's for the good. Erokamana. To Ramogi Cultural Institute. Erokamana. That we get a chance to discuss Gikwagi. That we get a chance to exist Gikwagi. That we get a chance to partake Girwani. That we get a chance to enjoy Girwani. Okwakawe for granted. Okwakea kata ken kona matin. Okwakea kata ken jo matin. Nikech nitie gimoro mawang'eyo ni nitie gimoro miluongo ni 80-20 rule. 80% of the business in a business and the profit work from 20% of the customers. 80%, maybe in our case a 90-10 rule. But in that 10% or 20% make a threshold. Kagize to a certain level and number. Change is inevitable. Change oktimga with many people. My mommy, it was nonsensical to go all was in group to go. Nothing would change like that. Few. Few. At least. Anyalo yueyo koro. Nothing. Hard mentality of changing anything. But 10% is good. Okay, 10% of everyone. 10% of Joma. 10% of the champions is all his needs for change. Give a wonder why with this thing. It needs everybody. The French Revolution, blah, blah, blah. Nonsense go get Europe. And their stooges and their tools. Magibo break. Biro Nwaka with nonsensical theories of everything. So, well, really, Abowa's really quite interested in large audience. Now, actually, a small organized group is called the elite. A large group in concert. Kakamani in Mombasa. Quite interested in concerts. As Akito Gaka insists ni Jomoko God on the football and other things. Again, useless. Kenda Noyo, Kakawache, they are useless. Oh, they are not useless. They are useless. Gise Betka for a long time and since the 60s, Pokwaneno change. Useless. To Gisebedo millions in Kenya. Still no change. Useless. To Gisomo Mangeny sana. Useless. To Kisomo Mangeny sana in the millions. Still useless. Kenya they need 1 or 10%. So quite interested in large numbers. That is a Mani Lungon crusade or a concert or a football match. Large numbers don't mean anything in terms of effectiveness. So Ramogi, thank you for this space. Nanyalotim this the number Mawanti, and we can enjoy our thing. To Joa, no, but Nkechan. To Joe, your children, your partners, your relatives, your friends, and you are gone Gero Kaman. To Jikakawan, your pain. To our people, my children, my partner, side chick number 1 at the 10, concubine, Jamabewa Kado like this. Or go Nuero Kaman. Whom this existence is what it is. And you're highly appreciated for your services. Kataken mana. The 1 hour we meet. Okay. To our ancestors, Erokamano Zaidi, for giving us this. In this time, Awantian in this existence. In this location, Milongon, Kenya, and the world, and Luoland, we could or I could not have chosen a better one. Erokamano for honoring me so much. And Anyola Jalu. And if there's anything, I can believe in this thing, but if by chance until reincarnation, the next 1,000,000 times do Kamana as Jalu. Please, ancestors. Katake na 1,000,000 times. Katake Abu Kala 1,000,000 times before I don't maybe Polo. Kabodugo. Duo Kakaka Jalu. Only. That is all I ask. The rest will flow. Duo Kakaka Jalu. I'm so thankful for this. I am so happy for this. I'm so blessed for this, Nanjalu. And thank you, ancestors, for me at this stage. Nikech bedo jaluo ntie kod a whole purpose inside it. Onge gima mit molo dak in this world got a purpose. Ma is above you. Makata kito, it has to go on. Erokamano, ancestors. Obed ga omboya giri. Obed Gor Mahia giri. Obed Gwada giri. Get Ogoero Kam. No, Ogoero Kamana. Cultural champions Ogoero Kamana. For me, it was such a honor to be born of such a blessed experience. Madana. Milongo ni being Luo. Moko complain, moko go. Badu. Do the necessary. Kidu I thought it all. But I'm so glad for this. Anyalogo nu kwere aere kamano nyaka kiny. Thank you so much for this honor. Ero kamano. And with this, we come to the end of our show. No, our broadcast today. Thank you for honoring us with your presence. Good evening, good morning, good night, wherever you are. Have a beautiful week. A week with challenges, but overcomable challenges, so you and your consciousness can grow. Kikilur the challenges, wakalo gi akalo. Although gibo bedo stressful, although gibo bedo this, but at least at the end, nindo nyamini to. Although we cannot stress, we cannot solve. You cannot look at issues. We cannot, okwanyal feel pain. So, at least we enjoy it for now. Erukamano kabisa kabisa. See you, King. See you tomorrow.
Oh, I just come to liberate the captivity. Heal broke nothing. Look from when I parents, them all show I certain things. I used to laugh still. But you don't know man if I come and live him live. I stand up and watch them. All the parents I make all the mute and go in a bubble on. Come see you now, then. Come look you now, friend. Right. They get the youth them homeless. Who is to be blamed? Question mark, is their surname? Homeless. Who bears their pain? From the mess I see them picking up them brains. Homeless. Who is to be blamed? Question mark, is their surname? Homeless. Who bears their pain? From the mess, hey. Bless up those who pray, give thanks. Many come and say still, they read blank because of negligence. You're lowering their rank. I refute your statement. Where is the balance? House of false of bent. I mean, you haven't done a damn. We economical well tight. Unon young, left me in a nothing but devastation. And now you're gonna call another election when them homeless. Who is to be blamed? Question mark, is that surname? Homeless, who bears no pain? From the mess I see you picking up your grains. Homeless, who is to be blamed? Question mark, is my surname? Homeless, who bears their pain? From the mess, hey, what is it you can tell me when the stable's still lean? You keep rocking the boat, yo, you know what I mean. What's your reaction when they flip slip up on the screen. Say your police and your soldiers kill a community clean. Hey, day, your system to our pocket is a razor. So your money will trickle to you later. You don't help any now, you design to suffer. Now you sell us out to please your ego. Booyah, we call upon the ghetto, you them we stay strong. Them not have no title for the earth, only for the land. Still I see on the roots, never target wrong. Don't refine your line, it's stand up black man, cause the ghetto, you them homeless. Who is to be blamed? Question mark, is that surname? Homeless, who bears the pain? No, take black people figure I'm homeless. Who is to be blamed? Question mark, is that surname? Homeless, who bears the pain? From the mess, oh yes, I want to reach an home and I tell you really soon. Africa be still cause I come whether night or noon. My roof hold the sun, stars and moon. Oh yeah, what is it you got to groom and they get to use them homeless? Who is to be blamed? Question mark, is that surname? Homeless, who bears the pain? From the mess I see you picking up your grains. Homeless, who is to be blamed? Question mark, is the surname? Homeless, who bears the pain? From the mess, no stress, yo. Bless those who know Selassie give thanks. Many come and say, still they read blank. Because of negligence, you lower the ghetto youth them rank. Refute your statement, give us a balance. House of Parliament, me say you haven't done a jam. The economical wealth of it, who none yam left we know nothing else but devastation. I know you wanna call another election when them homeless. Who is to be blamed? Question mark, is that surname? Homeless, who bears their pain? From the mess the youth them picking up them brains. Homeless, who bears their pain?
Welcome. Why? Hey. Chronics left and right. Just soldiers are come left and right. Ooh yeah. Boy. And them say here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Sent by the Savior, welcome the Rasta youths. I start recruit soldiers for Selassie army. Ay. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Welcome the Savior, welcome the Rasta youths. You're not for axes who at the general issue in a warning. Job people them a ball, said them tired of mediocre. Evil a go fall when we tried in Ethiopia. Believing from down, cause them life no easy boat. Even Bantan said it's not an easy road. Operation occupy the motherland, calling all soldiers to kindly tread along. From creation, he writing a job plan, but Chronics can't do it alone. So I'm recruiting soldiers coming from near and far. I choose executing Selassie works and be Rastafari true. And them say here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Sent by the Savior, welcome the Rasta youths. I'm gonna start recruit soldiers for Selassie army. Aye. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Welcome the Savior, welcome the Rasta youths. You're not for axes who are the general issue in a warning pole. Waving the banner red, green and gold. It is such a honor prophecies unfold. Discovered on stones, on trees and scrolls. And even in the stories that Jesus told. Whoa. Rasta youth must inherit the earth. Can't sit down, Jaja send me fi work. Bring the fire in a room, Jaja send me fi purge. But I can't do it alone. Rasta recruiting soldiers coming from near and far. I choose executing Selassie works and be Rastafari choose. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Sent by the Savior, welcome the Rasta youth. I start recruit soldiers for Selassie army. Ay. Here comes trouble, here comes the danger. Welcome the savior, welcome the Rasta youth. You know fi ask is who are the general issue in a warning. Hey, left and right, the soldiers are gone. Left, right, the soldiers are come. Hey, could I never throw it down, no boy. Yeah, how we say left, right, the soldiers are come. Left, right, the soldiers are come. Left, right, marching on, boy. How me say, here comes trouble, my friend, and here comes danger. Rastafari send me come. I say we sent by the Savior. Here comes trouble, my friend. Here comes danger, boy. Ooh, nah. Hey, and them say here comes trouble. Here comes the danger. Here comes trouble. Hey. Boo-ah, 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 boo-ah. Here comes trouble. Here comes the danger. Sent by the Savior. Welcome the Rasta.
Jajuoko ero wach mar ire. Jajuoko ero wach mar ire. Oire to kata ng'at ma ire to bende onge awuoro. Jakuo ero wach mar okwala. Jakuo ero wach mar okwala. Okwala to kata ng'at ma kwale to bende onge awuoro. Ni pudho ero wach mar awuotho. Pudho ero wach mar awuotho. Awuotho to kata tielo ma awuotho bende onge awuoro. Rakuomo ero wach mar ating'o. Rakuomo ero wach mar ating'o. Ating'o to kata gik moting'o to bende onge awuoro. Ni buojo ero wach mar kendo. Buojo ero wach mar kendo. Kendo to kata gik kendo to bende onge awuoro. Rayuomo ero wach mar ong'ada. Rayuomo ero wach mar ong'ada. Ong'ada to kata pien ming'ado to bende onge awuoro. Ni biro yo mi koda loco. Eri mi ni wada lego. Biro yo mi koda loco. Eri mi ni go diamo jango ma. Biro yo mi koda loco. Eri mi ni go loco diamo. Biro yo mi koda loco. Eri mi ni wada kawere. Biro yo mi koda loco. Eri mi ni hamilani. Biro yo mi koda loco. Eri mi ni tugoga. Biro yo mi koda loco. Eri mi ni gongoma. Biro yo mi koda loco. Eri mi ni werga. Biro yo mi koda loco. Eri mi ni wada lego. Jatumbegi, eru milu jatumbego, eru milu jangomago, eri milu ni gongoma, eri milu ni gongoma, eri milu yagaloko dia mojawa, eri milu ni wodu veria, eri milu ni galokano, eri milu ni hamilani. Amoso ngado kanyo kadhi ambo.
Man, don't you put it in my jar.